7 o'clock. So I will call the December 16th meeting of the Town Council to order. Thank you all for coming. Before we start with the proceedings, I'd like to ask you all to please silence your electronic devices. I know that when I silence mine, sometimes the phone still rings, so please make sure you've got it on complete mute, even though I'm sure your ringtone is amazing. Our first order of business is the roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And now is the time in our meeting when we will call an outstanding young person from our community to come up and lead us in the pledge. Emmy Wright, will you join me, please? Okay, I did it. Why don't you stand over here? Emmy is a 7th grader at Hillbrook School, where her favorite subject is English. She likes both writing and reading. Her favorite books, I'm not going to say predictably, but I'll agree with you, are Harry Potter. And she's read all of them, and you could take a look at her and guess who her favorite character is. It's Hermione Granger. She also does musical theater. She's at CMT in San Jose and also at Hillbrook. She has been in productions of The Wizard of Oz and Sound of Music and really enjoys performing. And so, Emmy, please lead us in the pledge tonight with you all stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Emmy. Let's have a round of applause for Emmy. And before we called our meeting to order tonight, we had the pleasure of interviewing quite a few people in our town who have applied to be members of our committees and commissions. Thank you very much to all of you who have applied. And at this point, we will actually take a vote, and the clerk will explain how that's going to work, I hope. Ms. Neese.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, the Council will be appointing applicants to town boards, commissions, and committees. The applicants were interviewed by Council for the following boards, commissions, and committees: Arts and Culture Commission, Community and Senior Services Commission, General Plan Committee, Historic Preservation Committee, Library Board, Parks Commission, Planning Commission, Transportation and Parking Commission. There were no applications received for the Personnel Board. I will begin the process by announcing the board, commission, or committee and the number of vacancies and applicants, followed by the name of the applicants in alphabetical order. When the applicant's name is read, I will ask Council to vote by a show of hands and confirm the vote count for that applicant. At the conclusion of the voting process for each commission, the manager will announce the appointed applicant or applicants. Upon the completion of the appointment process, Council may direct the clerk administrator to re-advertise for any vacant positions.
Okay, go ahead.
For the Arts and Culture Commission, Maureen Capon-Javi. So, and I should state that there are 5 vacancies and we had 3 applicants, and each council member has 3 votes. The next applicant is Laura Peak Theringer. The final applicant is David Stonecipher.
All 3 applicants, Maureen Capon-Javi, Laura Peak Thuringer, and David Stonecipher, have been appointed to the Arts and Culture Commission.
Community and Senior Services Commission, There are 4 vacancies and 5 applicants. First applicant is Beto Baines. Lisa Marshik. And my apologies, you have 4 votes for, each one has 4 votes for this one. Denise Picro. How do you say her name? Tom Picro. And Lily Seraphin.
So we have the 4 top vote getters are Lisa Marshik, Denise Picro, Tom Picro, and Lily Seraphin. And they are appointed to the commission.
The General Plan Committee, there's 1 vacancy and 2 applicants. Each council member may have 1 vote. First applicant is Todd Jarvis. Zach Marks.
Todd Jarvis is reappointed to the General Plan Committee.
Historic Preservation Committee, there is 1 vacancy and 4 applicants. Each council member may have 1 vote. Bob Cowan. Nancy Durham. George Havelka. Faith McCarness.
Bob Cohen is reappointed to the Historic Preservation Committee.
Library Board, there are 2 vacancies and 2 applicants. Each council member may have 2 votes. Mary King. C.J. McCarthy.
Both applicants, Mary Kitty King and C.J. Carol McCarthy, are appointed to the Library Board.
Parks Commission, there are 3 vacancies and 4 applicants. Each council member may have 3 votes. Mike Bunsick. Karen Delomi. David Sabas. Edward Scott.
Karen DeLumi and Edward Scott are reappointed, and Mike Bunsick is appointed.
Planning Commission last. Transportation and Parking Commission. There are 3 vacancies and 9 applicants. Each council member may have 3 votes. Tom Beck. Robert Buxton. Mike Calise. Paul Jensen. Garrett Kolb. Edward Morimoto. Maria Risto. Glenn Roberts. Jim Russell.
Robert Buxton, Mike Calise, and Maria Risto are appointed.
Planning Commission, there are 2 vacancies and 8 applicants. Each council member may have 2 votes. Melanie Hansen. Matthew Hudes. Todd Jarvis. D. Michael Kane. Jim Russell. David Sabes. Margaret Smith. Stanford Stickney.
Melanie Hansen and D. Michael Kane are appointed to the Planning Commission.
I think that's it. Thank you, Ms. Neese. Can you remind me, we need 2 more people for arts and culture, and what else do we not have applications for?
One more for the Personnel Board.
So does the council agree that we should re-advertise for those positions? And I'm seeing nodding, so can we please do that? Thank you to everyone who applied. If you did not make it, we encourage you to reapply, because some of those who are appointed tonight, this is not their first time. So we appreciate your interest, and we really hope that you'll stay involved. Thank you for your applications. The next item on our agenda is a closed session report.
There was no closed session, so there's no report.
And council matters? Anyone have? Council member Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. It was last Wednesday evening. I was at the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors. I am the chairperson of that board currently, and it was a general business meeting, and we selected the new chair and vice chair. That includes me, as well as the sitting member for the TPAC committee. And I wish I could tell you what TPAC means. I don't have my notes with me, but I have also been appointed to that board for a once-a-month meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And since the last council meeting, I don't know what I'm on, the policy committee has met 2 or 3 times. We're working on all policies, but specifically right now we're working on the Council Code of Conduct policy.
Anyone else? I believe that the HEAB has met, or no? Since our
We met on
last...
the 1st, December 1st.
Okay. So we don't have a report about that. Manager matters?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, just wanted to remind the public and audience of the holiday schedule for Civic Center. First, our police dispatch, police patrol, and parks operations will be operating as normal throughout the holiday season. The library will be closed on the 24th through the 28th, and then again on the 31st through the 2nd. And Civic Center in general will be closed from the 24th, reopening on the 5th of January. But we are making available during this season building inspection and code compliance efforts on a call-in scheduled basis for any workday except 24th, 25th, and the 31st first, and all that information will be on the town's website. So if you're wondering about town services, you can check there. As we move to the consent item, I did just want to remind the council that we had a desk item provided for item 8 and an addendum provided for item 12. That concludes staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. So we will move on to our consent calendar. It's now consisting of 12 different items. The consent calendar is a calendar of various actions that the council will take, all in one motion. However, if anyone in the audience or on the council would like to pull an item from that's currently on the consent calendar, you may do so. by raising your hand and letting us know that you want to do that, and then we'll hear it in its normal order as a public hearing. So is there anyone on the council that would like to pull a consent item? Seeing no one, is there anyone in the audience that would like to pull a consent item? Seeing no one, is there a motion on the consent calendar? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Move to approve the consent calendar inclusive of the desk items.
There's a second.
Second.
It's moved by Councilman Leonardis, seconded by Vice Mayor Spector. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move on to verbal communication, and I don't want to make a prediction on behalf of the entire council, but I will tell you that I have 2 cards, and it is highly likely that the public hearing for the North 40 that's been previously closed will be reopened. So if those 2 of you who have given cards on verbal communications, which is the time to talk to us about something not on tonight's agenda, and what's on tonight's agenda is a consideration of funds for rehabilitating some senior housing units, and also a consideration of the North 40 project. If you would like to talk about something that I just have not just mentioned, now is the time to do that in verbal communication. If you really want to talk about the North 40, I'll hold your card for the North 40. So those of you that gave me a verbal communication card, you can, that would be Ms. Robinson and Mr. Broomfield. Okay. So I'll hold your card for the North 40. Or do you want to speak now? So it's not on the agenda. Okay, Ms. Robinson.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. For 20 years, I walked the Los Gatos Creek Trail from Charter Oaks. Now, when I walk south on the trail and past the Aventino Netflix development, I see the new Albright building under construction. Instead of seeing the beautiful mountains, here is what I see. This is the second picture of this development that I've brought to the town council meeting. I'm bringing these photos to your attention as a reminder to the staff, to the town council, and to the Albright group of people that I was involved with of why we fought so hard against the approval of this development as it was proposed. We even brought a lawsuit against the approval of this project based on the height being over the maximum limitation of 35 feet. I feel the photos I've shown are a big part of the reason why we fought so hard to lower the buildings. I think the thing that angers me most about the whole Albright process are, one, the way the developer manipulated, I feel, and propagandized the public, even lying at times. He sent emails to all the commercial real estate. Anyway, he did a lot of things that just made me feel that it was mostly about money and not about the people of Los Gatos and the people that live here. I also was upset at how the EIR stated there was no significant effects of the view on the views of the mountains. And lastly, I was upset because I really felt there was a better development that was preserved, that would have preserved our views and was more consistent with the general plan guidelines. And that could have been approved. And we could have kept Netflix. They would have had plenty of room to expand. We would have gotten money for the schools. And the developer could have made the profits that they needed. And I don't know why we couldn't have picked a better plan. I'm just hoping that with the new town council, we have a chance to protect our views, protect our oasis of calm in the midst of Silicon Valley, and protect our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. The other card I have for verbal communications is from Scott Broomfield. Mr. Broomfield, would you like to speak for verbal communications?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor Jensen, Town Council, Town Management, and interested citizens. I'm Scott Broomfield, and I'm speaking to you tonight, this evening, as a board trustee of the Los Gatos Union School District. I'm here tonight to make three quick points. First, we, like you, recently swore in our new trustees. This is our semi-annual organizational meeting, and it is where we assign new roles to each of our trustees. This year, we added a new subcommittee, that which we call Town Liaisons. Leanne Marcellin, our new board president, and I are the two trustees on this committee, the purpose of which is simple: to formalize and improve our overall communications with the town management and town council. In the past, there have been criticisms, some of them valid, that the school district has not had a strong enough voice with regards to the Los Gatos community issues and how those issues and the resultant decisions affect schools. This leads to my second point. With you, we hope to create an open and transparent communication process that will help make both of our respective decision processes more effective and more understandable. Each of you that recently ran for town council election spoke to this issue directly. This process can be either formal or informal, but at a minimum, it must be both ongoing and systemic. To wit, our new committee is in discussions with the developers involved with the North 40 project, and we have agreed to frequent meetings to help us work through the school capacity issues that our children will face as you make decisions on the specific plan generally and on the North 40 development plan specifically. We are pleased with the scope and the tenor of these discussions. As you help guide us on development plan decisions, we hope to minimize the negative impact on the school capacities and enhance our kids' education. Finally, to 4 out of 5 of you on the current town council, thank you for attending our October board meeting, wherein we discussed our demographic study. Since the EIR is on the agenda tonight and our demographic study is attached as an addendum, I will not comment any further on this subject except to say that we appreciate the time that you spent to understand the interrelationship between town development and school capacity and education. Further, 4 out of you joined us last week for the LGEF fundraiser. This too shows an interest in and an appreciation for the importance of our schools as one of the cornerstones of our great community. Thank you, and I wish all of you a great holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Broomfield. We appreciate that, and I know that all of us are committed to a continuing dialogue with the schools, and we appreciate the fact that you've come here to address us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other cards for verbal communications. If someone else would like to talk, now is the time to do that. And it's if you have something to say that is not otherwise on the agenda. Okay, I don't see anyone. So we'll move on to the first item of our agenda, which is item 13. Members of the council, I'll remind you that we do have a desk item on this matter. And it is senior group homes transfer and rehabilitation loans. And I'll look to the staff for a presentation. Mr. Ordonez.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Erwin Ordonez of the Community Development Department. The item before you this evening is a resolution that the staff has prepared authorizing the town manager to basically execute agreements to facilitate the transfer of 2 group homes, one at 185 Ann Way and one at 14390 Blossom Hill Road. The town's redevelopment agency had previously provided loans and a forgivable grant for these 2 properties in 2003 and in 2008 respectively to a nonprofit, Senior Housing Solutions, which was previously known as Project Match. Project Match and Senior Housing Solutions basically intends to go out of business as soon as possible, preferably at the end of 2014, possibly the first half of 2015. These agreements would basically enable the transfer of these 2 homes to another nonprofit, Catholic Charities, and also would facilitate new rehabilitation loans for both properties for a total of $159,000. The loans basically would be addressing ADA as well as maintenance issues. There's termite damage, and there is also improvements that call for in terms of a new photovoltaic system for one of the properties. The other property already has that. In terms of the loans would also enable the town to actually be in a senior position and be able to request of the other lenders to accept junior liens, so that if there's a future default, the town would actually be in the driver's seat with regards to being able to foreclose on the property or file notices of default. As a condition of the loans, the town is actually going to get an extension of the loan terms and the affordability restrictions for these properties for 55 years. So this will continue until, I believe, 2069, as noted in your staff report. We do have a member of Charities Housing here, so if you do have any questions specific to the work that's going to be done, Kathy Robinson, the Director for Real Estate and Development, is here to be able to address those questions and comments. This pretty much concludes staff's presentation. I'm also available for questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Ordonez? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Ordonez, does the town have any ownership interest in these properties currently?
We do. The Town Redevelopment Agency basically was dissolved by state action in February 2012, and the town council basically inherited the assets of the former redevelopment agency with respect to housing. So there's a $800,000 loan, as well as, I'm sorry, I misspoke, $800,000 forgivable grant, and approximately $388,000 in terms of a note on the two properties. And so that actually is an ownership interest that the town through the redevelopment agency or former redevelopment agency has there. Other than that, the properties are actually owned by Senior Housing Solution, and there are other liens to the county as well as to the county housing authority, or actually Silicon Valley Housing Authority now.
Other questions? Commissioner, I keep doing that. Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. Mr. Ordonez, if we should transfer ownership, does the criteria or the application process for which individuals who would like to live in these homes in any way changes?
No, they would basically continue. So the homes, again, would be eligible for extremely low-income residents of Los Gatos. So none of that would change. It would be pretty much seamless. And Charities is basically agreeing to take over this because they don't want to see the affordable housing asset lost in the community.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Ordonez, so the $832,000 loan that's on Ann Way, that is currently held by us, is that correct? Or it's not owned by the, didn't we transfer those assets to the redevelopment agency?
And just to correct the council member, it is actually a forgivable grant. So at the end of the affordability term, it would not need to be repaid. So it is a forgivable grant, $832,000. And you're correct, those were listed in the assets for the redevelopment agency. And so when the redevelopment agency dissolved, those assets actually had to be listed in the documentation that was provided to the state and also to the town's successor agency and the oversight board.
So to clarify, does the county currently have possession of those notes? Are they the ones who own them and then someday they will forgive them to us? Is that?
No, actually, the town actually has the notes. I believe they're actually in the clerk's office in the vault. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie.
Mr. Adonis, I can't find anything in here on why the old trust or operations failed. There's no operating budget. And it looks like did we get to audit them since we were the RDA agency giving the loan?
Actually, when they went to the town for approval in 2003 and 2008, I believe there were some materials that were submitted. My understanding of the Senior Housing Solutions situation is that their model, which involves these small group homes, is not sustainable without large levels of subsidy, unlike the operation with Catholic Charities, which operates various types of housing from small group homes to large apartment complexes. There's just more assets. Additionally, at least for the two Los Gatos homes, we actually have project-based Section 8 vouchers that help us out. In your staff report, there was made mention of some of the agreements that were approved by some of our sister agencies throughout the county. Some of those agencies have actually had to provide up to $400,000 of additional subsidy in order to make those homes actually viable in their community. So we're very fortunate in Los Gatos that, at least for the two homes that we have vouchers, and that we have an operator like Charity stepping up to operate them. So that answers your question.
So what was I going to ask? I'll go back to the second one, I guess. I forgot the first one. So you mentioned vouchers, but in there it says it's project-based. And I think the difference is project-based means, well, voucher-based, if somebody leaves, then you have to find somebody that has already got vouchers. With project-based, we just have to qualify. So it's really project-based now, correct?
Correct.
And what was my first question? I forgot now.
It'll come to you.
I'll come back.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Ordonez, I'm wondering, we're being asked to loan $150,000 or $59,000 for these improvements, some of which were solar panel retrofits and such. But if we're still in the first lending position, we still technically maintain control of the property. In other words, by lending money in front of our first position, in another first position, that gets us additional control. Can you clarify why that would be so?
Sure. Through the chair. Currently, we're not in first position with regards to the forgivable grant. The county actually would be ahead of us, as well as the housing trust, the way that the agreements are structured. So by doing providing these loans, we actually have the ability to jump ahead of those lenders and actually require those lenders to actually accept lower liens. And they're only doing that because we're putting in new money as part of this project. And for us, what that basically enables us to do is to continue the affordability of these homes for another 55 years and actually keep them in the town's affordable housing stock for that period of time. Without the loan agreements or the approvals for the transfer, the other lenders would actually be in a higher position. And then ultimately, if there wasn't any sort of exit strategy for the nonprofit to transfer these units to another nonprofit, they could potentially be foreclosed upon and then the home sold.
Let me go to Councilman Rennie while he remembers his question.
Okay. The question I was going to ask was, I think in here it looked like we got Section 8 in 2012, so they were running without Section 8 for many years. So that may have been part of the reason that they weren't. There's all the delayed maintenance and they ultimately failed. So the second part of my question is then sort of related to what Councilman Leonardis is asking. Are we in enough of a lead position that we will be getting the operating budgets and get to audit those and watch if a problem is coming so we can head it off before it happens again, for example?
Yes, your staff report notes that the agencies that were involved, that were made aware of the position of Senior Housing Solution, have actually been cooperating since 2008. And so as part of this loan, yes, we will continue to monitor that. And the town actually has been taking more of a monitoring position with respect to affordable housing within the last 3 years.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I look at the financial statement of the Charities Housing Corporation, it shows like $208 million in assets, and we're being asked to loan $159,000. How is that going to make or break the deal, so to speak, if they have significant amounts of money to cover these repairs on their own?
So my understanding in terms of this particular request is Charities Housing is actually putting together an LLC specific to these two homes. And so while they may have significant assets, they can't really commingle a lot of their funds. So this is basically what they've done to make sure that these two homes stand alone and they are able to be sustainable by themselves.
Would it be prudent if we were to get some information about that entity before we loaned $159,000, as well as perhaps an appraised value on these properties? When I looked at the value of the outstanding loan balances on the properties, they appear to exceed the value of the properties themselves, and here we are, we're going to be loaning more money to an agency that has $208 million in assets on their balance sheet. And that money is money that could be used for other affordable housing opportunities in Los Gatos should we have a future need to do so. So I just have a concern with that why are we being asked to do this at this time with this limited amount of information?
Sure. As part of the manager's final execution of the documents, that's something that we can actually work with charities to provide. And in terms of your delegated authority to staff, we can go ahead and verify the financials as well as the additional information that you're requesting.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie?
It wasn't clear to me whether they've already done a needs assessment. There's a line item for $1,000 for a needs assessment. Is that sort of a pain in after the fact, or are they still going to do a needs assessment?
There was actually a needs assessment that was conducted, and then your staff report notes that a copy of that was actually shared with staff, and actually staff visited the two homes in June of this past year to verify the information that was in the needs assessment. Basically, we were able to document the termite damage, the need also for the ADA access, because the two homes were just single-family homes that Senior Housing Solution acquired, did some minimal remodeling to, and then basically started renting them out to qualifying seniors. So that's what staff actually did, is they looked at the needs assessment and actually did site visits to verify the information in the needs assessment.
Do we have the ability to give part of the money but not all of the money? So I see there's a bunch of charges for transferring the properties over, which seems to make sense. It's a small number. I can't remember, maybe 5,000 or something like that. And then maybe even we decide, yeah, ADA's got to happen, but maybe we say the 25,000 for the solar is not something that we want to pay for. Can we pick and choose what we would pay for in this?
Our conversations with charities regarding the solars, that's something certainly that if council was not comfortable with that, they can actually, as part of your action tonight, amend the loan amount, and we'll go back and work with the town attorney's office to adjust the prom note downwards to the new amount.
Other questions? I actually have a question for you. It's much more general. I would like to know how maintaining these properties and making the loan benefits, if it does, the town vis-a-vis its affordable housing obligations, and in the process we're going through in the state right now to recertify our housing element.
So there's an addendum that was provided to council today that basically notes that the units actually counted back in 2003 and in 2008 with regards to what the council is aware of as the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. The town has a RHNA of 619 units. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to count these units towards that, but through our housing element, we do have the ability to list this, or this particular transaction, as one of our preservation activities. So state HCD requires that not only do we produce housing, but we have activities for the preservation of housing. And so we can actually list this particular activity in the housing element to show that Los Gatos actually does have a commitment to affordable housing. And then more importantly, your actions tonight hopefully will preserve the housing opportunities for 10 low-income seniors that currently reside in town.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so thank you very much for your presentation. I don't have any cards from the public on this matter, and if there's anyone that wants to address us, now's the time to do that. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for discussion and/or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Before moving forward with lending money on this project, I'd like to get some more information about the value of these properties, as well as the agreement that we might be entering into. There was talk of an LLC being formed specifically for these two properties. I'm a little bit uncomfortable loaning $159,000 more when the properties are already beyond their, they appear to be beyond their value by several $100,000 in one case. It's kind of throwing more money at an underwater project. I do understand the need to preserve housing, especially affordable housing for seniors, but I don't think that's an issue right at the moment. I think the real issue that we're being faced with this evening is whether we should spend another $159,000 to maintain an agreement that it looks like we already were part of, that may or may not be going away. It's not real clear to me, and as well as the housing may or may not be going away. I don't really feel like this is going to go into foreclosure and we're going to lose these properties. So I feel that this council person doesn't want to go throw more money at this without more information. I'll just leave it at that.
So are you leaving that as a comment, or are you prepared to make that into a motion?
I am prepared to make that into a motion. I move that we send this back for more information to staff about the LLC that we will be entering into the agreement with, more information about the loans, as well as perhaps an appraisal on the properties. And that is my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Sayak.
I'll second, but in doing so, may I also ask a question of staff, just to...
Sure.
Okay. I just want to, what Councilmember Leonardis seems reasonable to me. I just want to confirm that there is no timeline that we're working from where there is a possibility that these 10 individuals could lose housing in the short term.
No, given the time frame and that the city of Campbell still has 3 homes that they'll be acting on in January, I believe that if we were to come back to you, possibly your first meeting in January with the information requested regarding a potential appraisal as well as additional information for the LLC, that's all doable and that the tenants would not be affected in any way.
Then I will second the
Councilwoman
motion.
Sayak, then will you second the motion then?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Thanks.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the motion because I think that getting additional information before we expend $159,000 is a good idea. Having said that, though, these homes, these 2 homes, provide a very special habitat for people who would not have a place to live, or at least definitely not that good a place to live. These are elderly people with out money, with very little money, and they have a good place to live. So I'm very supportive of the concept, and I am hopeful and I anticipate that this town will continue to support this kind of housing for our senior citizens. But I'll support the motion because additional information never hurts.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'll echo Vice Mayor Spector's comments that I definitely think this is a worthy thing for housing these types of people. I also understand that Catholic Charities is a very good organization that's been doing this for a long time, and they're going to provide a lot of services. I guess the question, the information I'd like to add would be, I'd like to see the operating budget for the organization that failed, and then the new operating budget, so I can understand a little better why it's not going to happen again.
Do you want to request the maker of the motion to add that?
Yes, please.
I definitely will add that. And something else came to mind during the discussion, and there were other agreements with our neighboring cities that the charities had entered into, and properties that were taken over by the previous potentially failing entity. So I was wondering if we can take a look at those agreements to see the terms and what they agreed to. So I'd incorporate Mr. Rennie's comments and the comments I just had into the motion.
Councilwoman Sayak, will you continue to second the motion?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. I will comment that I actually mostly agree with the Vice Mayor. I will reluctantly support the motion because I'm always for more information. However, I think it's very important that we preserve and maintain affordable housing, particularly for seniors. This is a good opportunity to do so. So I hope that the information will be such that we can move forward and count these properties toward our requirements and also provide housing for seniors. So thank you, Mr. Ordonez.
Mayor, a question of clarification.
Sure.
For the appraisal, could that be, is that required to be a new appraisal, which will have a cost of $20,000 to $25,000 to be borne by the town or Catholic Charities?
It would probably be by the town as part of that.
Or is an appraisal in the last year satisfactory if one was completed?
To the chair also, just to clarify, potentially as part of the needs assessment, there may have been some work regarding the value of the properties. There's also other sources that we may, short of an appraisal, that we can try to verify the value of the properties for you.
So before we take the vote on the motion, let me ask Councilman Leonardis, given that a new appraisal may cost $20,000, do you have any modification to the motion?
So I was going to suggest if we have something within the last year that would be of interest, that shows the value, not to spend a significant amount of money doing it. I didn't anticipate it would be that much money, and I don't believe it would be that much money, but if we have something within the last year, that would be fine. Evaluation within the last year.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? I'm going to call the question then. We have a motion on the floor to essentially get more information, made by Councilman Leonardis, seconded by Councilwoman Sayoc. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to item 14, which is the North 40 specific plan. I'm going to take something out of order, and I'm going to maybe look to the council for a consensus, given how many people we have in the room and that we have two council people who haven't yet heard this matter formally in their position as council people. I'm going to suggest that we reopen the public hearing on this matter. Do I have a consensus, the council, on that? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that it would be, since we're getting, I anticipate that we are going to be getting a lot of new information this evening. I think it would be difficult to not have people speak. However, that being said, I am hopeful that when people speak, they will direct themselves to the new information, since we have had a lot of testimony at the last hearing and over the years about the subject generally.
Thank you for that comment. And before I make a comment to the audience, just by a show of hands, is there a consensus to reopen the public hearing? Okay, it's unanimous. So before we start, just let me echo what the Vice Mayor has said. We would ask all of you, and throughout this process, all of you have been very, what shall I say, organized. You've been thoughtful with your presentations. You've been respectful. We greatly appreciate that. To the extent that you can direct your comments to that new information that the council requested at our hearing in September with respect to the EIR, that would be great. If you hear someone make the comment that you anticipated making, and they make it, even if they make it not as great as you might make it, you might consider whether you need to stand up and make it as well. You will get 3 minutes to make any comment you wish to make. Everyone will get that same 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all. Because the town is the applicant on this matter, there is no one that goes first, there is no one that goes last. Everyone gets the same 3 minutes. So with that said, I am going to first call on the staff to give us a presentation regarding the new information that we requested. And just to review for those of you that haven't been following this particularly closely, at our last meeting in September, essentially the council asked for additional information regarding the EIR, and that was an alternative traffic study, a look at traffic generated by the proposed Campbell-Dell Avenue project, the proposed expansion of the Good Samaritan Hospital emergency room, the proposed office building at Samaritan Office Building, I guess it's on National Avenue. We asked for that. We asked for the school demographic study that's already been mentioned tonight. We asked for additional information and hypotheticals regarding a comparison between downtown and potential development on the North 40. And we asked for additional information regarding historic and orchard impacts, especially with respect to a statement of overriding considerations that the council may have to make if it certifies an EIR. So that's just a review of the particular items that we asked about. Obviously, when you get up and talk, if you'd like to get up and talk, you can address yourself to one of those or another item that you think is important for us to hear about. If you do want to talk, in front of you on the benches, there are these cards. And if you'd fill one out and hand it to the clerk, then I'll be able to call your name, hopefully pronouncing it somewhat correctly, and invite you up to the podium and have you speak to us for your 3 minutes. And don't run away when you talk, because there may be a question for you. So with that, Ms. Prevetti.
Thank you very much, and good evening. You have before you a staff report that goes through the 5 areas of information that the mayor just outlined. In addition, you have a desk item that was distributed this afternoon that provides additional information regarding school fees, a proposal regarding senior housing units, as well as additional public correspondence. I'm going to go through the new information in the order that it appears in your staff report, so if that's easier for you to follow along. The first item of information pertains to the orchard and agricultural resources. And just by way of background, the environmental impact report did not find a significant impact for agriculture. However, it did find a significant impact with respect to historic resources. There is an alternative in the EIR that's called the historic preservation alternative. It is the environmentally superior alternative, and what it does is acknowledge that if we retain certain buildings and some context for those structures, such as a portion of the orchard, that would in fact reduce the impact to a less than significant level. In addition, we did ask the consultant to provide additional information, which is in your report. It identifies that in addition to a 4 or 5 acre portion of the orchard, the council also has an additional option to increase that size to 10 or 12 acres. You also receive public correspondence on that point. Moving to the traffic issues, staff did ask our traffic consultants to analyze the traffic impacts using alternative methodology identified by our mayor. And what you see in your report is that by using traffic methodology that acknowledges mixed-use development and the ability for people to shop and live and work within the same area, that traffic impacts are in fact reduced. And what we found was that for one of these scenarios, one that had no office at all of the significant unavoidable impacts are eliminated. However, if you include the office component, we still have one traffic impact to Highway 85. In addition, we have modified and acknowledged in our statement of findings the way that council can acknowledge this. Third, we did study the impacts of projects that are proposed outside of our borders in the cities of Campbell and San Jose, and acknowledged what those impacts would be. Essentially, the consultants identified that those respective communities would be responsible for mitigating any significant impacts from their own projects. In addition, we looked at whether or not there would be a change to the freeway impacts, and we learned from our traffic consultants that given all of the different variables, we're unable to analyze any additional cumulative impacts to the freeways based on that analysis. The fourth item pertained to the school demographic study. We were asked to obtain the school district's demographic study, and we did so. This was a report that was posted publicly on their website and discussed. And in addition, we received subsequent correspondence from the district that's included in the staff report that provides the final demographic study for council's consideration. Staff did not analyze the demographic study, but we are providing it to you for your consideration. And fifth, we asked Dr. Ralph McLaughlin to conduct an independent economic analysis to understand better the competitive or complementary nature of North 40 and the businesses that are being proposed. And his analysis consists of several hypotheticals ranging from the most competitive with the North 40 to the least competitive, and he identifies the different factors that would make make North 40 more complementary to the downtown and not a threat to our downtown businesses. Dr. McLaughlin is here with us this evening. If you have detailed questions about his methodology or about his findings, in addition, staff and as well as other consultants are here to go through in more detail those findings. In addition, we're available to answer any questions that you might have pertaining to the public correspondence. It is not our typical practice to respond point by point with all of the correspondence, but I understand the town council may have individual questions about letters that have been received either in today's desk item or previously. And this concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pravetti. And now I'm going to open it up to council. I'm going to suggest that you initially ask perhaps general questions regarding the EIR and then move on to the specific categories that Ms. Pravetti laid out for us, or if you don't care to do so, whatever you want. So I'm going to look to council for questions from Ms. Pravetti or any other member of staff. Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, thank you. I'll start off with somewhat general. If I could get from staff, we have asked for further information. That information would feed into the environmental data that we have. For example, with the agricultural historical resources, a recommendation was given. Because that is more stringent than what was in the EIR, do we have a choice between the two? Are we able to meld it? Or is this further information an actual recommendation that ought to be considered?
Thank you. This is none of the information is a recommendation. We are providing it solely for your consideration. This information has not been incorporated into the EIR. If you wish to acknowledge it, we can do so in the statement of findings and fact. But you essentially have already a complete environmental impact report document. You've got some supplementary information to help you make your decision. So some of this information is related to the EIR, but others of it may be more useful to you in your policy discussions regarding the specific plan itself.
Okay, I'm going to call on myself for a second before we go on. And maybe this is for Mr. Schultz or Ms. Pravetti. My question is not only for myself and the council, but for members of the public. The question that the council was facing in September was whether to certify the EIR, and the council requested additional information to supplement that EIR in making the decision. And my question is, what does certification mean? Does it mean that the document we have in front of us has supplied the information that it is required to do by the statute? So my vote to certify means yes, this document has the information in it. Or does my vote to certify mean I agree with what's in the EIR? Am I just saying it's got the information, great, and then I have discretion to do whatever I want within that information I've been provided? Or does my vote to certify mean that I agree with what's in there? For example, if it said that a 100-foot building has no visual impact, by certifying the document, I would say I agree with that.
You're certifying that we've met the requirements under CEQA and have analyzed the project and reached conclusions as to the potential significant of any environmental impacts. That does not mean you have to agree with it when you get to the actual project. For example, in your 100-foot, if it said there was no visual impact, that doesn't mean you have to grant a 100-foot building. You could restrict it to whatever level you wanted.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You actually raised, both you and Council Member Sayak raised good questions about the process. And a question of staff. going along with what the mayor said, if let's say theoretically the EIR says there are significant impacts, and that in order to address those significant impacts, you have to make a statement of overriding concerns, and let's say that a council member cannot, in good faith, make those statements, how could that council person vote to certify the EIR?
Thank you. Staff has started the statement of overriding considerations. It's contained in one of the attachments. It's contained in attachment 42. The council is free to modify any of those statements. So if you feel that you cannot make those, you can modify them. If you receive additional information, you can add additional findings as well. So staff created a starting point, so that way you didn't have to start with from scratch, but you don't need to choose any of those words. You can edit, modify, change. Typically what happens is you could certify the EIR, and then as you discuss the actual specific plan, the plan itself might be modified, which in turn would potentially modify the statement of findings as well as the mitigation monitoring report. So when you certify, you do not automatically adopt those statement of findings. That happens after your consideration of the specific plan.
Vice Mayor, did you have a follow-up?
I did. Thank you. We can modify, if we have to make a statement of overriding concerns, we could modify the proposed wording from staff, but we would still have to make a statement of overriding concerns.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Rennie.
So my questions are along this line, but maybe a little more newbie. When I look at the EIR, I see in there a lot of mitigations that have been placed for many things that, ones that are no longer significant, for example, but these things need to be done. So tell me if I'm wrong, but I think my understanding is the EIR and the specific plan will be given to the Planning Commission to evaluate any projects that come forward, right? So anything that's in the list of mitigations in the EIR has to also be considered in any project that comes. Is that correct?
That's correct. If the council chooses to adopt the specific plan, then one of the actions before you will be adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and that is required under state law. So if subsequently there is an architecture and site application approved, the mitigations that go with that project would all be outlined, and the developer would be required to follow all of those and report back to the town how they are in fact complying with the original EIR and the mitigation.
So follow on to that, then when I'm looking through the list and they've said, okay, this mitigation is enough to make it insignificant, what if I disagree? What if I think there should be something more? I can then put that in the specific plan? Is that a place to put extra mitigation or requirements, or even for things that are significant but unmitigated? I think the plan suggests, for example, the cultural resources, just leave it as significant unmitigated without any suggestions. Well, what if I want to make some suggestions but that won't get it to the insignificant anymore? Are those things I want to get into the EIR, or can I put them in the specific plan?
For some of those items, you can put them in the specific plan. You can add policies, and there are suggestions specifically related to the orchard and historic resources where the council may add policy language to expand and encourage the historic preservation. For example, our Historic Preservation Committee had some text language for your consideration to add policies. It would not it would contribute towards meeting the environmental intent, but it wouldn't necessarily negate or reduce an impact. Similarly with schools, you could add additional policy language encouraging future developers to work with our school districts. It wouldn't change the findings or the results of the EIR, but it could be additional policy guidance.
Thanks. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
It's half question, half clarification of staff. My understanding, though, is the EIR offers information that allows us to make decisions. But it is also our purview to add more to the mitigation monitoring if we find that additional measures could help offset the significant impact, correct?
That is correct, and in fact, you could choose, as you deliberate on the specific plan, you may choose a different project description, so to speak, maybe less housing units, or maybe a little bit more housing units, or something different with respect to the orchard. So there is some room to make those modifications.
Okay. And what I would then offer is the mitigation monitoring is actually the most effective way for us to implement policy that would address concerns in the EIR that the EIR may have legally already met. Does that help with that distinction? It's another way to help strengthen, through our findings, the concerns that are identified in the EIR.
So let me actually make a comment and ask, hopefully, a question that will make it less EIR-specific language for me. So when Councilwoman Sayoc says, we can add to our mitigation monitoring plan, then I hear Ms. Pravetti answer the question. What I hear is, Council, you have the discretion to alter the specific plan to address those things that are identified as in the informational document that is the EIR. And Council, you have the discretion to do what you think you need to do within that context. So a certification of the EIR, I can still, as a council person, use my discretion to mitigate those impacts that are identified by changing the specific plan to do that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Absolutely. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Following up on the last two speakers, do I understand now that the council could modify the mitigation plan currently in the EIR?
You can. I think we would just want to understand the basis for those modifications, so that way we can write the actual resolution and any statement of fact and findings accordingly.
Well, when you say that you want to understand it, what is the legal requirement for amending or revising the mitigation plan? I mean, what is the foundation upon which we can change the mitigation plan?
So in your staff report as well as desk item, you received additional information per your request. And if, for example, with respect to historic resources, if you felt that 4 to 5 acres needed to be retained intact in an orchard to provide the context for the historic resources, that is not currently identified in the mitigation monitoring program, and we could certainly add it for you. The basis would be your deliberation, et cetera, but we would want to make sure it linked back to information that's on the record as opposed to something that maybe just kind of came to any of our minds.
Other questions? Well, let me now ask if people have questions regarding particular categories of the items that were identified, and I'll start with, because Ms. Pravetti mentioned it first, would be, I think you said the historic resources first?
Yes.
So do people anyone have questions regarding the historic resources, new information that we received? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Actually, I do. I want to understand how we can utilize our processes in defining what's historic. For example, Historic Preservation Committee reviewed this and provided information to the Commission and the Council. We also have what's contained in the EIR. So if the 6 buildings that they identified weren't the same 6, I believe it's 6, or is it 5, that Historic Preservation identified, does this then have to go back to Historic Preservation to reaffirm the value and the historical significance, or because it's in the EIR and already done, that those have to move forward?
So the ones that were identified, I believe, were the same ones that Historic Preservation Committee considered as well. So that information is contained in both the Historic Preservation Committee's recommendations as well as the EIR.
Okay.
Other questions regarding the historic? Councilman Rennie.
I think this is an easy one. In Carey and Company's, they've got 3 suggestions for the mitigating the historic resources. My question is, they talk about saving two structures, the Red Barn, and they call the Yuki residence at 14919. Is that the white adobe building? I spent 2 hours walking around out there this weekend, but I didn't look at the address numbers.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I have a couple questions. The first question is, again, with respect to process. In taking, for example, in looking at the various recommendations we have about the historic preservation, if you will, in our new information, there's varying recommendations. There's 5 acres, there's 12 acres, there's whatever. If the council were to choose something that was other than that, so it was not the superior, I don't know what the term is, environmentally superior one, it wasn't the 5 that was identified before, let's imagine it was 2 or 3. Does that have any impact on the EIR consideration, or does it just change what a statement of overriding considerations might be?
So as Ms. Pravetti explained before, the environmentally superior alternative is the historic preservation. Should the council choose to decide that something less than that mitigation or proposed alternative is sufficient, then you still would have to make the statement of overriding considerations.
And my second question is, and not sure if staff can answer this, and I have to hold it for somebody who wrote one of the letters, but in the letters that we received from Mr. Faber and others regarding the historic component, there was language about what the letters were referring to as a historic district and comparing them with, for example, the Almond Grove, Edelin, etc. My understanding was that what the EIR was talking about was a potential set-aside that might be a conservation of resources, but was not what we understand to be a historic district in Los Gatos. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Is it possible to suppose that we come to some sort of a agreement about setting aside historic resources, designate a specific use to those historic resources, such as a community center or something, or is it going to just be preservation of land in an old building?
I would offer that I think if you, and I'll try to find it as soon as I answer the question, but the Historic Preservation Committee actually, I believe, spoke to some of those, and so policy language could be added to the specific plan to specifically address the reuse or potential reuse of those buildings.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions regarding the historic resources? Councilwoman Sayak.
One other question. Whether it's 4 acres or 10 to 12, does it have to be contiguous to meet the intent of what is in the EIR? For example, the plan identifies 30% open space that comes out to 13 acres. If those 13 acres were utilized in some way that could address the intent of the historical nature of the land, could that be used as fulfilling that requirement?
Potentially. Unfortunately, we don't have the historic preservation consultant here this evening, but staff would probably defer to the alternative, which is located in the EIR currently, and then the option that's been presented in the additional information. Generally, context is important, so kind of setting that context and of having the buildings grouped together, creating a district setting is important, but that's something that we could consider, or potentially the town attorney or some other speakers may have some comments specifically to that.
Okay, let's move on to questions regarding the traffic, and by that I'm going to include both the alternate mixed-use analysis and the additional projects analysis. So questions for staff regarding the traffic issues. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a lot of questions about traffic, so bear with me, and I'll try and separate them out so I don't have them, so other people can join in also. And I'm also going to try and ask my questions so I don't have to go to each of my tabbed pages here. So I'll try and keep it general, if at all possible. I thought I heard staff say that with this new traffic analysis, this new methodology, the 4 intersections that had significant impacts was reduced to 1 intersection or 1 area. Is that correct?
Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. It's the 4 freeway segments that were addressed through the assessment through the EIR are now less than significant. And to clarify that, in scenario A, the southbound Bascom to Union, it still retains a significant unavoidable impact. The other 3 segments, in the second segment in scenario A and then the 2 similar segments in scenario B have less than significant impacts.
All right, so we have 1 that's left with the significant impact.
That's correct.
All right. And for that one, should we proceed, if we should accept this traffic analysis and proceed, we'd have to make a statement of overriding considerations or concerns?
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about the addition of the new developments, the Dell, the Good Sam ER, and the Good Sam office building. As I read this, and again, I'm going to try not to go through all my tabs here, as I read that, those projects created significant impacts at 4 intersections. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And I also read in the report that there was an assumption, since these other developments, these projects were in other cities, i.e. Campbell, San Jose, there was an assumption that those cities would address their own impacts. Again, is that correct? Is that statement correct? Not that they'll do it, is correct.
They need to address them in their EIR.
But for us who are going to potentially bear the traffic burden of San Jose and Campbell, what if, for example, those cities made a statement of overriding considerations or concerns, we'll have to get that straight someday, and just let the traffic be?
Then those concerns would be unmitigated.
Okay. All right. One of the impacts, and it was from Dell, was most significantly at Knowles and Winchester, and the statement there was that those could be mitigated with an alteration of that intersection. Given the fact that that intersection has just been changed within the last few months, is the thought that there is even more that can be done?
Yes, given the increase in traffic, there would need to be additional work at that intersection to accommodate the capacity.
Is there more work that can be done at that intersection?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I have more, but I'm going to take a break.
Okay, have some water. Councilman Rennie.
Okay, I'll also ask some traffic questions, but since this is my first meeting, I'm looking at the old information instead of the new information. So I wanted to ask some questions on that. So when I'm reading for the intersection at Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard, I see that the EIR talks about improvements adding, I guess it's adding a 3rd left turn lane when you're on Los Gatos Boulevard onto Lark, and then adding so that there be 2 lanes onto the highway, and all of this improvement. It seems to be saying that once the development is done and once these improvements are done, that the level of service is actually going to be better than it is today. Is that correct?
the level of service will meet the requirements, but it won't necessarily be better than it is today. We would expect a small decrease in service level at those intersections where there's mitigation taking place, but not a significant amount, or not a level of degradation that would be deemed significant.
Okay, I recall seeing something where it went from like a D- to a D, or a D+ or something like that. So my second, if I might, second question is, in terms of the intersection at Samaritan Drive and Los Gatos Boulevard, it doesn't talk about them actually doing any work. They just contribute money to a pot that, when San Jose does their improvements, that it'll eventually get done. Is that the way it's supposed to work?
So I believe that's a reference to National and Samaritan, and that's an intersection that degrades and would need additional work with the implementation of projects in San Jose.
But the EIR only seems to say we just give money, we don't actually have to do anything, and that's a good enough mitigation that it's insignificant.
That's considered a fair share contribution for the particular project until such time as the funds reach a point where the mitigation is necessary.
Okay.
Other questions on traffic? Okay, I have some before I go back to you. Maybe I'll cover it. Who knows? The new information. So first, let me break it down into, just so I understand, and I think Vice Mayor Spector may have asked this, the alternate analysis, I'm going to call it, for mixed use, results in less than significant impact to 3 freeway intersections, and there's 1 trip over for 1 freeway intersection, correct? I'm going to call a freeway on-ramp, off-ramp, whatever.
So to clarify, there's 2 segments of freeways that are impacted. In some, it increases to 4 if you consider it across both project alternatives A and B, but realistically, it's discussing the same 2 freeway sections.
Okay.
And in project alternative A, or scenario A, there is one that is still significant and unavoidable, even with an alternative method of analysis.
Okay. And then I saw in the analysis, which added the new projects, the Dell, et cetera, that analysis was not even looking at freeway impacts because the VTA guidelines said that it didn't have to. So we don't have an analysis with the new projects for freeway, correct? That's what I saw in the report. There was a little statement that said, we're not analyzing freeway because VTA guidelines say we don't have to.
The reason that the freeway segments are not analyzed is that identifying specific trips that move to a freeway on a regional basis, so including projects when you start to expand to a regional basis, becomes inexact, so that there's not a methodology that works to do that analysis.
Okay. But I, as a decision maker, might be able to infer that 27,400 new daily trips from the Adele Avenue project maybe might impact the freeway, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I have questions about the new project analysis with respect to now local intersections, Winchester Knolls, Bascom Camden, etc. From what I read in the report, and I'll say it was 27,400 new daily trips from Dell, 300 new daily trips from the Good Sam EIR, and 2,420 new daily trips from the Samaritan Medical Building. And it looked at what was that going to do to our local intersections, and from what I read, they were basically all going to go to F, right? Is that what you read? Was I correct in that reading? If I put that new information in, those intersections were going to go to a level F, pretty much from E to F.
Pre-mitigation.
Pre-mitigation. So, asking the mitigation question that the Vice Mayor asked with respect to, for example, Winchester Knolls. I'm Campbell, and Winchester Knolls is a Los Gatos intersection. If I'm sitting on the Campbell Council, I can say, which I can, if I have a significant unavoidable impact, just like I am here with the freeway, one of my options is to say, not my jurisdiction, I don't have to do anything. So Campbell could easily say that, correct? Because it's not their jurisdiction? I mean, just hypothetically, they could, right? They're not obligated to do anything.
Hypothetically, yes. Our traffic engineer was pointing out that a quarter of that intersection is theirs, so they do feel some of the pain.
So one corner, maybe they'd have to do something too. Okay. And I'm going to go back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to have to make reference to some of this paperwork here. What I'm looking at, it's the new study, and it's the new study that incorporates the 3 out of Los Gatos developments. And I'm looking at Table C1 and Table C2. And in looking at those, I see, starting with the LARC 17, I see that we have instances when our level of service drops below D and it goes to E- and E. I have Los Gatos Boulevard and Samaritan Drive. In one instance drops to F, one instance drops to E+. Then looking at C2, I have one instance with an E- and an E, another one with an F and an E+. What is, and it may be in here, but there's a lot of pages here. What is the plan or statement as to how those below D intersections are going to be addressed?
On the page 10 of 10 on that same document are potential mitigations to address those items.
And Madam Mayor, if I could, if you could just tell us what they are.
Sure.
Thank you.
For the the Lark Avenue area, one of the mitigation items is to restripe to accommodate 2 left turns onto the eastbound approach of 17 that provides additional capacity for that intersection. On Los Gatos and Samaritan Drive, it's the eastbound approach would be converted to a left turn lane, so it provides an additional turn lane in that particular intersection and an additional right turn lane as well.
And then if I understand it, if those improvements were made, this would address all of the intersections that I referenced, and it would get the level of service up to a D-.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Other questions regarding the traffic? Councilwoman Sayak.
When, with the new methodology that was used to examine the various level of services at the intersections, did the peak hours change? Did the AM, PM periods that we look at most often, did it change, or does it use the same?
They would have remained the same.
They would have remained. And can you remind me what those are? Like, especially for PM? Is it the...
So PM is typically 4 to 6 p.m. and it's the 1 hour of contiguous time measured in 15-minute segments in that 2-hour block.
Okay, so if, and I'm sure there's a way to do it, but given the climate of our town where our heaviest traffic starts 2:30, 2 o'clock, is there a way to analyze what the level of service for these intersections are before it hits the 4 o'clock peak period that's normally looked at? I guess another way to say it is, if we're looking at potential mitigation, are we only looking at mitigation that would address the 4 to 6 window that we're looking at, or can we broaden it so that if we are going to find opportunities to fix the traffic, we widen it to the times that most impact the town on a realistic basis versus what's just identified in the EIR?
So I believe the analysis that was, the short answer to your question is yes, there could be an analysis that incorporates a wider span of the day. I think the analysis here incorporates the peak hour because of the location in town that it is, away from the schools, and doesn't get the heavy school traffic that potentially another area of town might.
If I may, so then, understanding my concern of broadening the hours, how can we then use the mitigation as the opportunity to fix it? Like, is that the mitigation identified would change, the impact fee would change? How do I use this opportunity to fix a problem that we all know exists?
So, a point of clarity first. I think you'd be avoiding creating a situation that's worse than it is now, and not fixing an existing problem. So you want to retain the nexus to the project and to the traffic that the project is bringing.
And it's tied to the usage that is identified there.
Which is typically retail or office.
Okay, thank you.
Other traffic questions? Okay, I'm going to move on to the school demographics study. Does anyone have any questions regarding that piece of information? I don't see any. Oh, Councilwoman Sayak.
Just one. I appreciate the fact that it's in here. Just clarification, did we hear any other comments from the other 3 school districts since the September 16 meeting?
We have not heard from any of the other school districts. Thank you.
Okay, then let's ask our questions about what I'm going to call the downtown versus North 40 comparison, the new study and information we got regarding that. Questions about that? Okay, I actually have some questions. And I guess this would go to Dr. McLaughlin. And where is Dr. McLaughlin? Hello. Thank you for the study. I appreciate it. I was curious I have a couple questions. I was curious why the assumption was made that the lease rates would be different in North 40 versus downtown. Can you just tell me what your methodology was or your assumptions were with respect to that?
The methodology for determining what the rates would be in North 40 primarily involved interviews with local industry experts, and the consensus amongst those experts was that new build occurs at a much higher cost than build that occurred 20, 30, 40 years ago. So rates would thus have to be higher. Finishes of the spaces would be more modern, newer, and thus would lead to a higher grade space, which would lead to higher leasing rates.
Okay, and then I have a question. I just took a statement that was in your report, and then I had a question about it, so I'll read it back to you. You say that the North 40 could symbiotically increase business activity in downtown Los Gatos, quote, if the mix of business types and space size in the North 40 complement rather than compete with the mix of business types and sizes in downtown Los Gatos, unquote. So my observation and question is, well, your conclusion is the question we're all trying to answer. How do we get to a complement, not compete? And then you go on and give us tables where you make assumptions about percentages. But given that this council could change those percentages in the North 40 however it wanted, or could change ordinances downtown, or could change whatever, I'm just trying to figure out how your comparisons help me figure out what the complement versus compete is. So maybe you can give me some help there.
Yes, so that leads back to the framework that I developed for the analysis. The most competitive scenario is a scenario in which North 40 basically mimics downtown Los Gatos. That's a scenario that offers the most direct competition with downtown Los Gatos. A scenario that would complement downtown Los Gatos would be a development scenario that offers different types of businesses and different space sizes, and is not as competitive. The symbiotic statement at the end of the report deals with the opportunity for more customers to visit Los Gatos than otherwise would if it was a competing type of development.
Other questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions sort of follow along the same path that yours did. You are making the assumption in your analysis that the rents are going to be higher in the North 40 than they are downtown. What analysis, if any, did you do if your assumptions were incorrect in that regard?
If the assumptions were incorrect and they were, say, equivalent in downtown Los Gatos, I still don't believe that that would offer great competition with downtown Los Gatos. The demand for space is such that there are typical market rates for similar types of developments. So the likelihood of leasing rates being lower in the North 40 and thus attracting new development from downtown Los Gatos is very unlikely, especially given the nature of the costs associated with new development.
All right, thank you. You also made an assumption in your analysis about parking, and as I understood it, the increased lease rates on the North 40 would in part be attributable to the fact that they had parking there. Do you have any thoughts as to how a parking imbalance between the North 40 and downtown could be addressed other than the assumption of higher rents in the North 40?
Yes, so analyzing the effects of parking on competition is much more of an ambiguous exercise than, say, doing a market analysis. Aside from the costs associated with new parking, the comparative analysis is also along space availability and abundance of parking spaces, and also the time limits associated with parking spaces. With an abundance of parking in the North 40 compared to downtown Los Gatos, that gives consumers an added incentive to stay in the North 40. However, that could be mitigated by parking time limit requirements. The competitive effects of abundant parking space without time limits is such that it allows consumers essentially to loiter around the North 40 longer than they might loiter, say, in downtown Los Gatos. Now, the types of businesses that would benefit from loitering are those whose customers tend to stay longer than the time limits, i.e. Restaurants or other large format retailers.
And I think it's only one more. You generally make a recommendation or a statement that it would be best for the North 40 to have square footage of, not to have a lot of square footage less than 5,000, and you encouraged square footage at greater than 10,000. And then you made reference to this piece of paper that I just tore out, which was, I think you said Exhibit 24, which was part of our specific plan. It's called North 40 Project Area, and then it goes into square footage and numbers. Do you have a specific recommendation as to the number of units with in the North 40 with less than 5,000 or greater than 10,000, or are you agreeing with this document, this Exhibit 8 that we had previously done?
Sorry, could you clarify your question?
Actually, let me help there. This was staff essentially brought to the council's attention attachment 24, which was an exhibit that was shared with the advisory committee and provided to the council earlier. This was just an attempt to try and suggest to the council how you could take the recommendations or the findings of Dr. McLaughlin's work and apply it to the specific plan using data that you had seen earlier in the conversation.
Ms. Perbetti, let me ask someone put that up on the overhead so that we all know what we're talking about. Thank you. So, Dr. McLaughlin, does that help you to answer Vice Mayor Spector's question? Or?
So could you please repeat your question?
I'll try and rephrase it. You're on the North 40, as I understand, you're saying we don't want a lot of spaces less than 5,000, spaces less than 10,000 are better. As someone who's worked on this specific plan forever, it seems, and has worked specifically on these numbers, do you have a recommendation as to the number of units that should have less than 5,000, the number of units that should have more than 10,000? Do you have any specific recommendation as opposed to the general concept?
No, I don't. To get a little bit more specific than what was in my report, the number of spaces under 5,000 square feet, I would recommend that that number be lower than that of the number of units under 5,000 square feet in downtown Los Gatos. But from a competitive perspective, what really matters is the total square feet that is below a certain space size rather than the actual number of units.
I have no further questions.
Councilman Rennie.
So following along with those, let me ask the question a little bit differently. This chart here goes into much more, much smaller, like 1,500 to 3,000. You just do below 5,000. So I guess the question is thinking in terms of 5,000, is that good enough, or do we need a more detailed chart where we try to limit sizes even smaller than that?
The types of businesses that I saw that occupied space below 5,000 square feet tended to be similar in nature than those that were above 5,000, particularly above 10,000 square feet. It is possible to go at a much finer detail as far as actual space size, but the amount of variation that you would get in the types of businesses below 5,000 square feet, i.e. going to 3,000 square feet or 1,000 square feet, wouldn't be qualitatively different.
A related question. In your scenario modeling, I think you have a statement that S3, S4, or S5 would be good enough to not compete with downtown, yet in S3 for the non-formula retail, I see 75% can be below 5,000. That seems like a really big number to me.
Yes, so 75% is a large number. However, if you look at the total square footage, that is 75,000 square feet, which compared to the total square footage in downtown Los Gatos in that size category is significantly less.
Okay, so I guess you're saying 75% is okay. It seems like a high number to me. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with
it
that
does,
number.
but if you look at the total square footage of non-formula retail, which is 100,000 square feet, that is significantly less than what is in downtown Los Gatos. So even though the percentage is high, the the aggregate level of square footage is significantly lower than what exists in downtown Los Gatos.
Okay, so that almost tells me we don't need a below a certain amount limit then, if 75 is okay.
Yeah, as an economist, I would say the potential costs associated with that analysis outweigh the benefit from conducting such an investigation.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions on the downtown? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Perhaps this is for staff, referring to Dr. McLaughlin's report regarding the comments on parking and time limits in the North 40. I mean, to me, this is a big equalizer. If there is an abundance of parking there and not an abundance of parking downtown, and there are no time limits there, and there are time limits downtown, I look at that as a very unequal playing field for the downtown merchants. With that said, how do we intend to enforce parking time limits, being that it's private property?
Thank you. That can be considered as a policy addition to the specific plan. So anything that you would like to add to the specific plan document to address competitive issues with other parts of the community can be added. And then at the time of development, those policies would be enforced through conditions on their permits.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
Okay, just two questions. When you were doing your analysis, you were looking at leasing rates and terms, types and sizes of commercial enterprises, and regulatory schemes. So the North 40 Advisory Committee spent a lot of time on size, as you saw in attachment 24. We spent a lot of time discussing types, but didn't come to agreement. So in your analysis, how do you determine types and looking at competition when you don't know what the merchants are ahead of time? So I'm looking to either our consultant or to staff.
That's the unknown, and so that's why I developed a hypothetical scenarios that would lead to would provide the framework to match up the most realizable scenario. And that most realizable scenario, that which the industry or the market, would most likely support, can be matched up with any of those individual scenarios. So, for example, I looked at developed these different scenarios, but we, like you mentioned, don't know what kind of businesses will go into the space. So, to supplement that, I interviewed local industry experts, people who work in the industry, to query them about what types of businesses might locate. And if you look on page, page 11, table 6, summarizes the results of my interviews with industry experts. And those interviews supplement the information that is included in, I believe, the Phase 1 development application that is currently with the planning department. And so combining the information I found from industry experts with that development application, that's how I developed the most likely scenario of what types of businesses would locate in the North 40.
And then if I may follow up. So understanding the concern of trying to find a way to utilize the resource to complement and not compete, what regulatory schemes, in your opinion, are appropriate for us to implement it through our specific plan and through our and through the application process? There's been a lot of discussion on CUPs and whether or not that's the most efficient, but do you have any other suggestions or recommendations from your experience in the industry of how to use regulatory schemes to reach our purpose and intent?
If the purpose or if the desire of the town of Los Gatos and council is to protect the most vulnerable businesses in downtown Los Gatos from competition, what you would want to do is actually encourage other types of businesses that are not as vulnerable to establish themselves in the North 40. So those types of businesses that are not the most vulnerable, which would be more likely large format retail or larger restaurant, council could reduce essentially make it easier for those businesses to locate in the North 40. And one way to do that would be to remove conditional use permit requirements on large format retailers. That would essentially give the North 40 an advantage, or it would appear to be easier to locate there, all else equal, compared to downtown Los Gatos. Parking is a little bit more of a difficult parking regulations are a little bit more difficult to analyze because there is contradictory effects. Providing abundant parking space can make it difficult for businesses to initially set up in the North 40 because of the added costs, but on the flip side, it would encourage more consumers possibly to it would provide more space for consumers to park their automobiles and provide more access. So that's more difficult. If the mix of businesses are so different in the North 40 compared to downtown Los Gatos, parking regulations become less important.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. So thank you, staff and consultants. Thank you for your patience for those of you in the audience. So what we're going to do is open the public hearing. I expect that we will go an hour, and if we're not done in an hour, we'll take at least a break and for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll continue until we finish with the public speakers. And so what we've done in the past successfully is call 3 names, and if you could come to the front of the room so you're queued up, then we don't have to wait for you to come on down. When the lights go on and you're speaking, the green means you're good, the yellow means you have 30 seconds, then the red means you're done. So Margaret Bard. And the next is Tony Alarcon, and then Don Capobris.
Thank you for letting me speak to you, all of the council and the mayor especially. My name's Margaret Bard. I don't live in Los Gatos. I live across 85, so the North 40 would be walking distance for me, and I do most of my shopping in Los Gatos, so I may represent a significant revenue for the town. I am also the chair of the Housing Action Coalition of Santa Clara County, and I would urge you to retain all of the housing, if not increase it, because it's so desperately needed in Los Gatos, especially the affordable housing for seniors. And I was an observer at the advisory committee talking about the North 40, and I was so happy to hear how eager they were to allow there to be some housing for the millennials and affordable housing for seniors. So please retain that.
Wait, let's see if there's questions before you run away. You have a question.
Thank you. Given the fact that you have experience in housing, yes, the town is trying to target seniors and millennials. The challenge is how. Given your background, your expertise, do you have any input for us as to how we could build housing that will be directed to seniors and millennials?
Seniors, if you make it affordable, you will be mobbed. There is such a backlog of people. Places in our vicinity that offer senior housing have thousands of people apply for each available resident. So that's not a problem. You just offer it and they will surely come.
Any ideas as to how to develop housing for seniors and millennials other than the affordable housing?
For millennials, I don't know how you're going to offer affordable housing for millennials, but what I hear a constant request from young people just getting out of college now is for very tiny little units to be offered, because they're going to work most of the time. They don't plan on being home longer than it takes to sleep and jump up and get dressed and go somewhere. But they would like to have a private someplace. They don't want to have to share with a bunch of other people. They would like to have it be just theirs. People coming in from other areas come to the Housing Action Coalition meetings and they say, where is that kind of housing that I was able to find elsewhere? And there's very little of it. Pretty typically, towns feel that if they offer one-bedroom units, say, I'm going to say 1,000 square feet, say, that seems to be a good size for somebody right out of college. But the cost is prohibitive for that size. And so if you have a lot of young people eager to live in your town, but they can't afford to, the answer is to provide very small units.
You answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Wait. You got another one.
Gosh, I'm excited. Okay.
So my, over here, sorry. So this potential project that is being considered is, by Eden, they're planning senior units that are 500 square feet. Is that too small?
No, but that's seniors. I was talking about the millennials for very tiny units. Seniors just appreciate if they don't have stairs.
And the millennials, you wanted 1,000 square feet or smaller?
Less
Less than that even. Okay.
400 or 500.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody?
Oh, wait a minute. You got another one?
Millennial housing is very difficult for many of us to conceptualize. In your experience, are there places that you can point to in the area that we can see if that
Well,
has
they're
worked?
building it right now in San Francisco.
Okay.
I don't think they've had a chance to lease them yet. It's under construction. And that's the first one. They've also got some planned in Milpitas, but they haven't even started construction of those. So I think San Francisco will be our first chance to go and look.
Okay, thank you.
And they have huge waiting lists for them, so it's definitely something that they're looking for.
Thank you. Now you can sit down. Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you. Tony Alarcon, 229 Johnson Avenue. Spoken many a times. I've been in town since '91. Past profession was a land developer in specific plans, 640 acres, and plans more than 2 times the size of our North 40, including much higher density that's being proposed. I'd like to start off with an analogy to describe the current North 40 plan. It reminds me of a couple that has been married for 4 years and is having unsurmountable issues in their marriage. One spouse wants a divorce, and the other spouse wants to have a baby to save their marriage. We all know how this story plays out: a train wreck, a failed marriage, and a child left to suffer with the mess. In case you've not figured out in this story, the spouse wanting the divorce are the majority of us in Los Gatos. The child is our town's current and future generations. Though it's been many years in planning, this plan has failed to its plan, its unmitigatable impacts: traffic, density, schools, emergency services, private streets for the development, really. This plan does not reflect the Los Gatos feel. We do not want or need a Santana Row. There's one down the street if you want to go there and buy a millennial house for 1.5, 1.8 million. This plan fails to mitigate traffic and puts our stoplights to failing grades. There is no offset. D grades are not acceptable to our students in school, but they are to our developments in town. It does not make sense to me. The current plan unfairly burdens our schools. Simply using the existing district offices to expand only exacerbates the current traffic nightmare in its location. I've had 2 students go through Fisher Middle School. I experience it daily at pickup. I like to have them walk, by the way, so I can avoid that. There is a reason middle schools are not 1,500 in enrollment. Post-development, Fisher Middle School will soon breach this mark. Oak Christian School in Westlake Village has an enrollment of 1,500 students. It sits on 25 acres, far cry from Fisher. The best use for this acreage is a reasonable commercial plaza to serve the local neighborhood front-facing Los Gatos Boulevard. And if you're going to base the argument on senior and affordable housing, make the allocation much more than 10% in each category. Make it 100%. And my question is, why are we not developing this to half-acre lots? It would solve the density and the school impact and traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Capobras, then I'm going to say Jim Paravi, and Rabbi Melanie Aaron. Mr. Capobras.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Don Capobras with Grosvenor. Obviously, been following the process for several years now. In respect to wishes of council, I will focus on the new reports and want to specifically focus on the agricultural content discussion that was brought up by the Carrying Company report. We do have a letter on file. I don't need to get into the details of that, and do want to talk about some inspirational things that have driven us, really working with the legacy of the Yuki family, who we are pleased to be working with, the vision statement that the town council has provided in crafting the specific plan, in your own town's historic preservation committees, deliberations and recommendations, and frankly, the existing structures that exist on the North 40 that's inspired us to make a market hall kind of the centerpiece of what we think can be a very exciting neighborhood and place for friends and family on the north end of town to gather. Working with our partners at Eden Housing and at Summerhill, woven together with community gardens, orchard treatments, farm-to-table restaurants, we think we can weave together this millennial generation and seniors of all incomes in, a neighborhood that can be very exciting. I can even weave in the school discussion on the open space and agricultural side. There's been some discussion about trying to tie in a potential school site in the North 40 using some of the open space requirements. While we haven't drawn a conclusion on that option yet, we are excited, as Mr. Broomfield said earlier, to be working in collaboration with the school to find a way to help solve the school impact issues, because we know it's a very sensitive item in this town. So in short, we're excited to celebrate the history of the North 40 while managing growth in an exciting way. We have members of our team here from Summerhill, from Eden Housing, legal counsel to answer any questions that you might have on this item or any other topics. Thank you.
We probably have questions for you, and if you have members of your team that I hope they filled out their own cards, because we won't do it individual. We won't do it as a collective with your comment. So if you want to talk, fill out your own card. Questions for Mr. Capobras? Councilman Remy.
Okay, so let me start with the historic. I've been thinking of going partially with the recommendation of saving the barn and the white adobe house and wanting to have a certain amount of orchard around it. I guess my question is, what's a tolerable number of acres for you? Is 4 acres a tolerable number? Can you work your plan around that?
No, I mean, to answer your question directly, probably not. But again, we are very excited to be able to work with the Historic Preservation Committee's recommendations to be able to provide a context for the barn, for example, or any of the work sheds, and to create a really active place that, does provide a really authentic celebration of that history through community gardens, through functional orchards. They might not be contiguous. I answered your question directly, but I think that overall, when you look at the overall open space plan that we envision, it's going to be greater than that acreage. But just fencing off a rectangle, I don't think, from our standpoint, really conveys the contextual or the context of an agricultural feel. I think we can do that better by weaving the community gardens and the orchard treatments together with the historic structures through a plan that doesn't have to just draw a line around a box.
And sort of following up on some things that Councilman Leonardis alluded to earlier, for those saved structures, what kinds of uses do you think you're going to use them for? He had alluded to, some requirements of they must be used for certain kinds of things, and I'm kind of curious what you think you might use them for.
Right. So, I mean, we've thought a lot about, our design team's thought about a lot about the red barn, because when you're thinking agriculture in the context of the North 40, obviously that one jumps out. So to be able to integrate that into the commercial offering is what we were thinking about, whether that becomes part of the marketplace or something like that, or a retail establishment. That's one context. We've got some work to do in terms of evaluating structural integrity of these units. If we can't use them as their existing structures, the materials create instant authenticity for potentially new buildings and incorporating those materials. So, again, I think it was HPC's recommendation to work with the developer as we start to analyze structural integrity, things like that, to be able to weave those into a context that makes sense, and we're excited to be able to work with that committee.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep straight in my own mind the EIR and the specific plan and an application that is out there. So I'm trying to talk about the culture, the history within that context. Now, we have a recommendation in this new report for acreage, which we are hearing is impossible from a development point of view, that a smaller acreage might be possible, that saving some buildings might be possible. From a practical point of view, we know that the application probably will not entail the entire 40 acres. It will entail acreage to the south, and that it won't encompass land that is currently being used by the property owners for their living. When you talk about, in your mind, when you talk about this history, are you talking about the land that is currently not in your plan, in your application, because it's being used by the family, or are you talking about something else?
Again, the vision statement that the town council gave the community, and I guess the development community, to run as filters as you interpret the specific plan, encompasses the entire North 40. Market Hall is in our first phase application. It's very much agrarian in inspiration, working with local restaurants in a farm to table concept that's very much in an agrarian inspiration. So we're not out to create Disneyland by any means. We're looking for a really authentic experience that celebrates that history. And so it's something that permeates the entire North 40 for sure. I don't think that's limited to one phase or a second phase. Again, we're putting everything through the vision statement that council provided us in 2012 and the guiding principles to implement that vision statement, and we believe that encompasses the entire North 40.
And I would agree, but right now, the land, when you're talking about, say, the Red Barn or any other salvageable structures, are they the portion of the North 40 where the family lives and plans to continue to live?
Yes, it's not quite history yet because the family continues to live there and celebrate quality of life in a way that they should.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I actually have a question. And may I ask a member of staff to be my lovely assistant? Because I want to put some things up on the board, on the overhead. Just want to put them like that. Make it smaller so we can see both of them. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Capobras, I want to ask you a question about those two depictions of the North 40 that are up on the board. The one on the top we got from Grosvenor at our last meeting, and what it's doing is depicting different parts of the property and the current ownership. And if the one on the bottom is figure B from the Carry and Carry historic report, which is really hard to see, but it's got red lines around a portion of it. I can't even see it. Is there a way to? In any event, what I was wanting to ask you is on the top where it's got the blue vertical lines, am I correct that that is the current Yuki life estate that the Yukis are going to occupy until 2019 at least?
Yes.
Okay. And so that corresponds with the portion on figure B on the bottom that is suggested to be included in historic conservation. And it's really hard to see the red dots that go around it, but essentially it overlaps on that bottom, right?
Madam Mayor, we haven't really done the exact overlay, so I can't answer with certainty, but it appears to be close.
Okay. So my question is, if you've already got a set-aside life estate for at least a portion of that, I'm trying to understand what the difficulty would be if there was a conclusion that there should be mitigation in keeping with the Carry and Carry report to preserve some of that orchard.
Maybe not getting into the exact terminology of a life estate, but our agreement with the Yuki family, which we've now been able to share, is that we cannot close on Section R of the North 40 until the earlier of 2019 under our control. But just because the family, I guess I'm struggling with kind of what the question is, but we intend, and the family intends to ultimately develop all of their holdings, just like all of the other property owners on the North 40 would like to develop their property. 10 acres being carved out as shown on the Carrying Company exhibit is just not feasible. It essentially is, I believe, potentially a taking of private property, and you know, but I guess to answer your question, our intent is to move forward with development of the property that we control under contract with the family. And I don't think it's the family's interest to donate land for historic preservation or agricultural preservation. You know, it has been envisioned for decades in Los Gatos that this property would be developed, and that has been pretty clear. So I'm probably not answering your question, but our intent
I think you answered it well enough. Thanks. Councilman Rennie.
If I could, I'd like to go back to the question about the number of acres saved, and you seem to 4 acres seem to be too many, or you struggle with that. Is that because you're thinking it's keeping the existing orchard? What if it was a replanted orchard and doesn't necessarily have to be square, but it can't be a bunch of little fingers? I mean, the idea is to create some kind of heritage that kids can walk through and see the barn and feel like they're in the orchard kind of thing. And I'd like to put something in the specific plan in case you go away and the next person, you know, doesn't know what it is that we want, kind of thing. So I'm looking for a little bit of guidance on how to design it so it works for you, but I get what we're looking for.
Yeah, we're not again, it's about authenticity. We're not looking to create ornamental orchard treatments. We are looking, and we're working with a local community garden expert to understand how to make functional orchards work, kind of working with gleaners to harvest any fruit that's generated from those orchard trees, so that fruit doesn't go to waste. So we do want to create that environment. We do want to create that environment in the context of some of these existing structures. To be formulaic and just to put a number of acreage to it, I think is problematic. Again, there's a lot of things that need to fit the North 40, getting infrastructure to work that services not just the North 40, not just the Yuki-controlled lands, but to get infrastructure that services the other property owners on the North 40 and property owners on the east side of Los Gatos Boulevard requires really complex engineering. And we don't want to limit ourselves by drawing really big rectangles where we have to kind of circumvent infrastructure and piping. So trying to make everything fit, but yet give you what everyone wants, which is an authentic agricultural orchard feel with a significant amount of it, and not just having one row of trees and calling it a day is our goal as well. I think through the specific plan process and through that deliberation, and I keep looking at the chair of your Historic Preservation Committee, but working with their comments has been inspirational to us, and we think we can get there, and we can get there in an exciting way.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I want to go back to the Historic Preservation Committee also. Right now, I hear you saying that their recommendation, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're not throwing their recommendation out. So if you were going to encompass their recommendation, do you see yourself encompassing it in the portion of the North 40 that is on the south side that is anticipated to be developed, or do you see it being encompassed on the north side that is anticipated not to be developed soon, or something else?
It's always complicated with me, isn't it, Councilwoman? Something else. The specific historic structures that are talked about by Historic Preservation Committee are on what we call Phase 2 on R. So we wouldn't get to those until a later point in time, but we are being thoughtful in how we design the first phase to be, and that's why you have a specific plan, is to do a comprehensive plan that's not piecemeal. You do it so that everything fits together, even if there's multiple property owners. In our case, where we have, I guess, N, A, and R, we're doing it in a way that all of those pieces will fit together at some point in time. And unfortunately, at some point in time, it's getting closer and closer that it works. But the historic structures that we're talking about with historic preservation are on the latter phase, but everything we're doing on any phase, on Phase 1, is with those things in mind and inspired by those buildings and by those emotions that are created.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you. I believe you heard my question to staff earlier on, there's two questions. The legality of whether the 4 to 5 acres, 10 to 12, has to be contiguous. And I see you're attorney, so it'd be great to get your legal opinion, as we'll get it from others. But as you'll see throughout this discussion, there are issues that continue to need to be vetted out. So during verbal communications, District Trustee Broomfield mentioned that there's a process now in place for you and the school district to work on school issues. Moving forward, because this is raised as such a significant issue in the EIR, do you have any thoughts on working with HPC, having it formalized in the specific plan so that the areas, whether it's 13 acres of open space that's already identified there, is done so that it meets the intent that they were discussing earlier, intent of what the EIR was hoping to achieve, and retains that overall agrarian feel that we've all been discussing from the onset? What are your thoughts to that?
So I'll have our counsel, Andy Faber, answer your first question, but I'll take the
Actually, I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair and wait for Mr. Faber's 3 minutes instead of going on. Mr. Faber, I saw you had a card, so we'll get to you when we get to you,
So
but not yet. And then ask Mr. Capobres to answer the second part of your question.
Yes, I mean, that's where we're at. You know, you read a report from Carrying Company, they're a very reputable cultural resource consultant, but there's nothing better than working with the local folks. And so the local Historic Preservation Committee is who we are looking to help us kind of through this issue, as we have with other kind of conversations within the town. The Historic Preservation Committee did not specify a certain acreage to deal with, but I think in talking to them, and so much magic happens when you have conversations with folks, we get what we can do with the tools that are provided to us, with the structures, with the barn, with the other structures, with just the legacy of this site, with the family's history, with what we can do from a market hall. You know, it makes a unique but very authentic situation out there, and it permeates everything that we're thinking about, even how we tie in the residences who will ultimately live on the North 40, whether they be 25 to 34 years old or, people my age and older. We're going to tie them together with community gardens and with restaurants that celebrate slow food movement and farm to table and all of that. It permeates everything that we're thinking about in terms of our vision for the North 40. If you want to formalize that with HPC, we'd be happy to do that, because these are local folks who we've been working with for years and having discussions with for years. So I'd be happy to go that route. That's frankly what we're suggesting, is look at the local folks on this issue, and we'd be happy to work with them.
Any other questions for Mr. Capobres? Yes? This is the last one, I think,
Okay.
unless they're really good.
I'm going to change the direction a little bit. I want to ask about the percentage of formula retail that we were discussing earlier. I think there is a Planning Commission recommendation for not more than 10% less than 3,000 square feet, but we're seeing in the expert's report that he's looking at 5,000 square feet. So if we were to put a limit below 5,000 square feet, I think I've asked you before when we met about the 3,000 and you were okay. So now what if we changed it to 5,000 square feet and I say not less than 30%? That would be his S4 scenario.
Yeah, I think that works for us. You have to look, when we've had conversations with members of the downtown business community on this, we think that the bulk of the retail spaces in downtown are at around that 3,000 square foot level and beyond, and that's why we're so focused in on that number. We think that's where the sensitivity is. We'd like to be able to have more flexibility in square footage above that. And so to answer your question directly, I think that works. I think that is a solution that the advisory committee, or a form of solution that the advisory committee has talked about for years. It just hasn't found its way back into the draft specific plan. There's a great opportunity for that, and I think that's something that we would be able to work with.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're probably going to get back to it anyway, I'm sure. Anything else for Mr. Capobres? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Paravi, I'm not going to try your first name. Okay.
My name is Jim Paravi. I've been at this wonderful, fabulous place every time. Although it was raining like cats and dogs, I still come here to basically to meet everyone and talk about this fabulous project. Based on my count here, for the housing, there would be almost 1,500 cars. For the restaurants would be 5,000 cars. For the offices would be 3,000 cars. Visitors, 10,000 cars. This would be the number of cars that would be basically created when this project is built. And also, I worked with the city of, it's called the San Jose Architectural and Bridge Construction Planning, to try to basically create through the freeway, 2 areas that basically connects to the North 40, that comes directly to the back of it instead of coming to Bascom. By coming through the back of it, what will happen, they will have an underground parking, so they park there, they shop there. At the same time, they'd be able to have 2 entrances working with the highway department. Because anymore, we cannot really close the doors. Also, the addition of a school, 2-acre school, addition an arena for the people of Las Gatos for their dogs and the dog training, that we have that arena by the Western Lake that basically everybody goes. Then addition a Japantown, because this is something that is very historic. The Yuki family initially, in my initial project, I said to create 8 Japanese, basically ponds, gardens for the Yuki family, because they had gone through so much in their life to reach this basically to this point, to be able to see their legacy that is in there. Also the joggers, the women with the basically babies, and also the elderly and the young people. So there would be 4 trails that basically should be created around the whole place that would not create a nightmare for especially the women with their children. So, and also we are not thinking also the safety of our schools and the devastation that is happening. So by trying to really create dynamics, I work with the fire department, with the Bruce Engel, regard to the design, that I'm not going to reveal it, basically fights the fire because it has sometimes destroyed communities, destroyed in 1906 the San Francisco, the whole city of San Francisco. So by basically coming in, and basically with the team that is there that is doing a fantastic job to bring a different idea to...
So, Mr. Paravi, we appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Rabbi Aaron.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members and members of the community. I am Melanie Aaron. I have been a resident of Los Gatos for almost 25 years. My 2 older children graduated from Los Gatos High School. I serve as a rabbi at Congregation Shir Chadash here in Los Gatos, and I've also been active in our local clergy council. We've spent a lot of time recently on the clergy council talking about housing issues. As clergy, we regularly speak with members of our congregations who would like to find a place to live nearby, and we see a need for significant additional housing in our community. I'm speaking in support of the North 40 specific plan. I welcome the additional housing for empty nesters, for seniors, and for young professionals. I know adults who would like to remain in Los Gatos now that their children are grown, but without the responsibility they currently have for their lawns and on a night like this for their gutters. Families would like to bring their aging parents to our area, and they are not necessarily affluent enough to buy into the area without the provision of affordable senior housing. As a synagogue, one issue in our recruitment of staff has been the lack of housing for younger adults, and I've heard similar comments from several local churches and businesses. Finally, in light of the climate challenges our world is facing, it is critical that we move towards greater density in housing and better access to public transportation. In Jewish tradition, our evening prayers speak about God spreading over us a shelter of peace. The Hebrew word for that shelter, sukkah, is understood in 2 ways. Some commentators understand it spiritually as God's clouds of glory, but others say no. What a sukkah is a roof over our heads. Housing is a basic human need in our valley right now. Given the shortage of housing, it is incumbent on us to do our share to create the possibility of new homes. Thank you so much, and I apologize that I will be leaving because it's the first night of Hanukkah. I have not yet been home. I have a younger daughter who would like to light candles with me.
Thank you. If you can spare us and your daughter 1 second, Vice Mayor Spector.
We'll get you out to the candles
That's
really
okay.
fast. I've spent many years as part of this council working on commissions on affordable housing, my research, the research I've received, indicates that really affordable housing is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that, let's say, $100,000 to $500,000. But that when people develop in Los Gatos, affordable housing is in the low millions. In your experience, how do you define affordable housing?
What I would say is that given the shortage of housing in our valley, that every additional piece of housing helps, and that there's a system. If you build more expensive housing, it opens up other housing, which opens up other housing, so that we do eventually get housing for more people. I'm glad that there is truly affordable housing for seniors as part of this project. I recognize that the other housing is not going to be so affordable. But I think at this point, all housing stock, all new housing helps, because the shortage we have, the gap between the jobs that have been created and the housing that's been created is really enormous. And so there are lots of people who are doubling up, who are living in very strange and impermanent situations, who are traveling great distances, and they are part of our communities.
Thank you very much. Next three are going to be Diane Fisher, Ann Winter, and Alexandra Haro had to leave, and Andrew Faber.
Good evening. I'm Diane Fisher, Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council. It is an interfaith relations commission that's part of the nonprofit that owns and operates the Jewish Community Center on Oka Road, which is directly adjacent to the North 40 property. We've been in our current building for 10 years and operated on that site since 1984, so we're very much a part of the local community. I'm speaking in support of the North 40 specific plan. We've been aware of this plan for many years and believe that it expresses a very thoughtful approach to redevelopment that matches the goals of our community center. Every day we welcome a great diversity of people from our community, singles, families, seniors. We know that bringing together the whole community really creates a healthy community and one in which people learn from each other and support each other. We consciously plan to bring that full community together, and we feel strongly that this redevelopment effort should likewise consciously plan to bring young professionals and low-income seniors together in a healthy community effort. We also, of course, having a gym and a community center there are really encouraging of healthy lifestyles, and so we think that we're very avid supporters of this development project that encourages walking and biking as an integral part of everyday life. And this all seems very much a part of the character of the town of Los Gatos. And so on behalf of the neighboring community campus, I encourage you to move forward with the North 40 plan.
Questions? Thank you very much. Ann Winter?
Good evening, honorable council members. Is this working? So my name is Ann Winter. I live at the north end of Los Gatos, not far from the proposed North 40 development. I'd like to commend the town and the developer for the attention to the thoughtful development and the way they've reached out to the town and various stakeholders during the planning stages. As a senior, I welcome the expansion of senior housing opportunities, particularly in this type of mixed-use development that will include open space and shopping amenities, as well as a mix of housing for other age groups. As people get older, a walkable community like this is very important, and it makes an opportunity for Los Gatos residents that want to downsize while they remain in Los Gatos. I think a lot of people will really appreciate that. And I know there's been concern that about diverting revenue from the retail and restaurant businesses in downtown Los Gatos, and I can certainly understand that. Living in North Gatos, I do almost all my shopping in Campbell and San Jose. I don't shop in downtown Los Gatos, but I really look forward to the convenience of shopping in the North 40, and I think, you know, this will also bring new shoppers into Los Gatos, particularly from Campbell. I'm also a member of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, which is a member-based organization with the mission of improving conditions for bicyclists. We appreciate the developers' support of bicycle infrastructure and their plan to work with Caltrans and Valley Transportation Authority with a view towards funding upgrades on Lark Avenue that will make the road much safer for bicyclists. We look forward to a safer environment for both bicyclists and pedestrians, which in turn reduces pollution, improves air quality, and improves everybody's health. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Winter. Questions? Thank you. Mr. Faber. And after Mr. Faber, Natalie Dean and Rod Teague.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, Andrew Faber. I'm the Land Use Council for Grosvenor and Summerhill. I wanted to talk about two issues. One is historical, and the other, I wanted to answer a traffic question that was asked very early on. I have a slightly different take on it than you were provided. On the historical preservation issue, I've worked on many projects, and it's a very important issue, and it's difficult and complex to actually figure out how to do it in the context of a real project. In this case, my objection is to attachment 36, not to the EIR, not to the specific plan language that had been there. But attachment 36, the new carrier report, starts right out talking about historic districts. It has 2 paragraphs of text, and both of them discuss historic districts. But there's been no mention of a historic district. The town's general plan, as I point out in my letter, does not call for a historic district here. There are 5 historic districts in the town. They're all miles away, and they all relate to subdivisions that essentially were developed at the same time and have a grouping of houses that forms a district. Putting it in, and in fact, the general plan EIR specifically says that there is no other places in town that really are appropriate for historic districts. So I think what's happened is this report has pulled sort of out of the air the idea that preserving a 10 or 12 acre orchard could create a historic district. I don't think that's warranted. I don't think they have supported it adequately. It just seems to be an unsupported opinion. And the problem with orchards is that they die. So creating a historic, or attempting to create some sort of historic district with an orchard probably doesn't work in the long run because you have trees that by their very nature are ephemeral. Turning to Councilmember Sayak's question, the acreage I don't think has to be contiguous legally or for historical context, but there has to be some context. When you have a historic structure that's preserved, you can't build 12-story high-rises all around it necessarily. You might be able to, but on the other hand, that might destroy the context. And that can be a question of opinion among people who do historical preservation. But I don't think it necessarily has to be contiguous. I don't think it would be helpful to designate an area in the plan or a specific acreage, as Councilmember Rennie suggests, because until the project is really designed, you don't know how it's going to work. It's very difficult to incorporate historic elements into a project properly, and the size and location is really unknown until a project really gets properly designed. For example, relocation and reuse is an accepted method of historic preservation. So it may be that some of these historic structures would actually be relocated. I'd like to answer the traffic question. I say I have 15 seconds, but if you'll indulge me for a moment.
Make it good.
Thank you. The question was about the Dell Avenue project and what if, in fact, Campbell or San Jose say, we're not going to mitigate in Los Gatos for Winchester, Knowles, or other intersections. And the short answer is that the law and the courts would require them to do it. A perfect example is San Jose. About 10 years ago, they adopted the North San Jose Area Development Policy that envisioned a large development in the North First Street area, both residential and industrial and jobs. And they did a traffic report that showed there would be many impacts to the left in Santa Clara and to the right in Milpitas, as well as in San Jose. But they said in their EIR, we're not going to mitigate those. Tough luck. And Santa Clara and Milpitas took them to court, and the court said, no, you can't do that. You must make a good faith effort to figure out how to mitigate intersections in these adjoining cities where you have an impact. And ultimately, San Jose settled with both cities and devoted tens of millions of dollars to mitigation in the other cities. So I think as a practical matter, the scenario in which San Jose and Campbell thumb their nose at Los Gatos over traffic really cannot occur. They can't get away with that if they even tried, and I don't think they would try.
Let me see if there's some more specific questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Natalie Dean.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen and elected members of the Town Council. My name's Natalie Dean, and I'm a volunteer with Greenbelt Alliance's endorsement program. For over 50 years, Greenbelt Alliance has been working to protect Bay Area landscapes from development while helping to create great cities in which to live. Greenbelt Alliance supports the general vision laid out in the draft North 40 specific plan that calls for a mixed-use, mixed-income community to address the town of Los Gatos' unmet housing and commercial needs. We respectfully encourage the town of Los Gatos to move forward on the North 40 specific plan and to not reduce the number of housing units. The town should be commended for crafting a plan that includes a 30% open space requirement, focuses on quality design, including pedestrian amenities and green elements, and which places new homes close to Good Samaritan and other amenities. The North 40 is needed to address the town's housing goals, especially for affordable housing. The region's demographics are changing significantly, and cities and towns are responding. Aging baby boomers seek to downsize, opting for many amenities close at hand. Seniors on fixed incomes need affordable housing choices so they are able to stay in the community in which they have lived. And at the same time, the Valley's economy is booming, creating demand for new homes in close proximity to jobs, especially for the largest demographic, millennials, who show a preference for commuting to work by alternative modes, like bicycle. For these reasons, we encourage Council to move forward on the North 40 specific plan and allow for the implementation of a dynamic, attractive, and walkable neighborhood within your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, Ms. Dean. Rod Teague. And after Mr. Teague, I'm going to get this wrong, David Lillenstein and Jeff Lockridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Rod Teague. I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos. And I'd like to first start out by saying I know there's a lot of people that worked very hard on this plan in the past 5-6 years. And part of me actually feels badly for speaking out against it. But since its inception, I've really seen the degradation in the quality of life in Los Gatos, and it seems to be going in an exponential fashion. I actually feel like the North 40 is already here. I've studied the specific plan, and it's a beautiful plan. It has almost 100 pages of renderings and floor plans which show people meandering through streets in a perfect live-work-shop community, and why should anybody be opposed to this? But I think the real issue here is the miscalculation of foresight. The specific plan and the EIR don't properly demonstrate the impact that is going to ensue when nearby large projects come online. I look where we're at and where we're going. We've yet to see the consequences of approximately 650,000 square feet of commercial space and approximately 200 housing units being built right now. This doesn't include the North 40 and several other large-scale projects. The frustration the community is suffering today will be dwarfed by all that is on the horizon. You could put things in perspective while looking around town and seeing what's happening. I see frustrated drivers everywhere. I see residents that are overwhelmed by growth, irritated about lack of parking and impact of schools. We know they didn't come here for that. We know they didn't move here for that. They came here for the charm. They came here for the small town character. The North 40 is going from one extreme to the other. It's going from a beautifully preserved agricultural land to the most densely mixed-use development in our town's history. What is the sensible evolution based on the current state of Los Gatos? Mind you, North 40 will be building close to half of the existing commercial retail space that we have in downtown today. And then you add 364 units of housing to that. We have to be realistic about this. These consequences are permanent. There is a solution to the North 40 specific plan. It needs to be scaled back to minimize impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Teague, you've raised a lot of issues that, quite frankly, I've heard before, as you know, working on the downtown specific plan. But that does, the North 40. But that doesn't mean they're not valid. So my question for you is, other than having concerns about the specific plan, and by association, the EIR, what are your suggestions? What should we be doing?
What should we be scaling back? One gentleman said, half acre plots. Yes, we need low cost housing. Yes, we can use senior housing. I'm not really buying the millennial housing because I don't think there's any age restrictions. I don't think there's any resale restrictions with that category of housing. So anybody can go in and buy millennial housing, but it seems to be a hot topic here that's really sort of pushing the agenda of the North 40.
All right, so you're saying you are supporting the senior low-income housing that is proposed, but then you also mentioned the 20,000 square foot lots. Is that what you said?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, so you're saying 20,000 square foot lots with large homes on it?
Half-acre lots,
Okay,
third-acre
half-acre.
lots.
With large homes?
Larger homes, yes.
And why would that support a vision in your mind? What are we addressing?
We're addressing quantity of people, so.
You answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you, Mr. Teague.
Still for me.
Actually, Vice Mayor Spector had asked the specifics of what specific ideas do you have. One of the things that the North 40 Advisory Committee, when discussing the housing types, so one of the things that we discussed at length was that if we were trying to minimize impacts to the schools, the largest generator to the school population was single-family homes. And so I understand how you have larger lots, you have less people, but then it goes against the notion of trying to minimize the impact to the school population. Any thoughts on that?
Well, if you look at the specific plan, there's very large homes in there. There's 2,200 square foot, 3-bedroom houses. What's going to stop a large family from moving in there? It's a numbers game. There's quite a few of those proposed for that.
And one other question I had for you was, you talk about specific plan and understanding our process tonight. If there were opportunities for mechanisms to be in place where all these different, let's say, school issues, there's a process in place for the school district to work with the developer. There's a process in place to look at preserving the agricultural history. Do you feel that is an adequate process so that the specific ideas you have could then be incorporated into the revisions moving forward?
I'm not quite sure if I fully understand your question.
Basically, we're still at a drawing board.
Yeah.
There's nothing been approved. Are you feeling that there aren't opportunities to make specific suggestions?
I think there's opportunities.
Okay.
That's why.
Oh, no,
that's
just
why
curious.
I'm here right now making a recommendation to scale back. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teague. David Lilienstein, or something close to that.
You've got it exactly right. Thank you very much, members of the City Council and everybody else here. I wanted to bring us back first to why we are here tonight, and Madam Mayor, you raised it at the very beginning. We're here about certifying an environmental impact report. And as the questions teased out, saying yes to this environmental impact report, or at least certifying it, is not a yes vote on the North 40, and I think that may get lost in some of the discussion here. I've looked at the environmental impact report, and it's a heck of a long document. I haven't read it all. Just the traffic addendum itself is almost 2,000 pages. It seems pretty complete. It seems like it does its job in identifying pros and cons, issues that need mitigation, issues that don't need mitigation, and if that's the job of an environmental impact report, then it seems to me to be a no-brainer tonight to certify that environmental impact report. That's part one. It's obviously more complicated than that. There is the North 40. I moved here from San Francisco 6 years ago. We were talking about the North 40 when I moved here. This debate can go on forever. And what's interesting is when I lived in San Francisco, I was part of the no growth or slow growth, which is pretty big in San Francisco. And what happens is that nothing gets done. Really good land lays fallow for a long time, and that's not in anybody's interest. Certainly not in the Yuki's interest, and it's their land. But what also happens is that because people speak out, because people care, because we have a lot of resources here, there are a lot of negotiations with the developers. We extract concession after concession after concession. We make these projects better. And I think these developers have done a very poor job in explaining to people how the current vision for the North 40 differs from their original vision. You people here probably know a lot better than I do how far we've come from their original vision. It would be nice to see some public education on that so people understand how this process has gone. You are our leaders. You are our elected officials, you are the consensus builders, and you are the policymakers. If there is no way that this project can go forward with a consensus, and this may sound crazy, but I would suggest you exercise your powers of eminent domain, buy the property from the Ukis, let them go their way, and do whatever the city, the board, the council wants to do. If you're not going to do that, then I suggest that you certify this environmental impact report, go to the negotiating table with these developers, and extract every possible concession that you can get. And you've got a lot already. Make this the best project ever that this city could have in the North 40, given all the limitations, given all the conflicting viewpoints. But I urge this process to have a final point and not get mired down in the process of everybody's own ideas. Thank you.
Good timing. Thank you. Mr. Lockridge, and then Ann Robinson and Matthew Hudis, and then we're going to take a break. So, Mr. Lockridge.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge. I've been a North Los Gatos resident for over 36 years. I strongly agree with eliminating the office components as it's stated in the EIR. I also believe that the EIR addresses the questions asked adequately at the last meeting, and that we should move forward with the EIR and certify it tonight. And I would like to take a moment to talk about the closely linked specific plan. Since we were only given 3 minutes to talk about both the EIR and the specific plan at the last meeting. I think it's wise to keep in mind that a specific plan, any specific plan, is just the application of the general plan onto a particular site, not the development itself. It seems like we've asked a number of questions about the development itself tonight rather than just sticking to the specific plan. The specific plan for the North 40 is the town's plan, not the developer's plan, even though the developer has to pay for it. The specific plan was brought forward by the town, and it is the applicant. It really shouldn't be anything different from something like the Los Gatos Boulevard plan. It's just a guide based on the town general plan for a particular site, not a sinister plot by developers. Abandoning the specific plan is opting for no planning, and this would not serve anyone well. The town has spent an inordinate amount of time on this specific plan. I feel it's time to take a stand and move forward. I'm afraid if this specific plan languishes any longer, the town may be forced into developments as they relate to our housing element, RHNA requirements, and the uncontrollable resulting problems. The specific plan is the town of Los Gatos' parameters governed by the general plan for the North 40 site. Let's move forward with the development of the specific plan, not going sideways. So forward, not sideways. That's all.
Questions for Mr. Lockridge? You're moving backwards, Mr. Lockridge. Ann Robinson.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. I agree, actually, with Jeff's comments. I do believe that we should eliminate the office. I think we have plenty of office space available right now and being built right now in Los Gatos. I do agree with housing. I do think that we need additional housing in Los Gatos, and preferably senior, especially in the Los Gatos School District. I would prefer to have the senior housing there and have more of the high-density housing on to the northern part of the North 40. If you look at, I guess it would be south of Good Sam and the other side of Good Sam, they have that high-density housing right along 85. I don't know if that's something that could be put also on the other side, our North 40, but I know people that live there and they're very happy there, and they are millennials. It was fairly reasonably priced, so just an idea. I have a patient who just sold her home in the Lee Avenue district, or the Lee district, and she had it at $799 and it sold for $870, and that was last week. She had 3 bids on it, and so the housing is definitely in demand and going at higher prices than that are listed. Let's see, was there anything else? I mean, that's it. I'm just really in favor of even maybe more housing if it's senior. And no office, and we definitely, I live in North Los Gatos, I work in North Los Gatos. There isn't a lot of restaurants there. At lunch, I don't have a lot of places to go. I don't have time to go downtown. There's no parking. There's Purple Onion, there's Panera. I mean, that's basically the two. So if we could have more places to go to lunch, that would be awesome. More places to go to dinner at night. Those are the two things that I can think of. I shop usually a little bit downtown, but I usually go to other places to shop. Campbell, Santana Row, Valley Fair. I don't know if I would shop at the smaller stores at Santana Row. So thank you. Or at North 40. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Actually, you have a question. Vice Mayor Spector. You have two questions. Oh, not you. Rob.
Okay.
Councilman Rennie.
I'd like to understand a little more the evils of the offices. Is it just traffic?
Traffic is definitely one of the considerations of not having office. As we heard earlier in the meeting, the no office component brought no significant impact on traffic. I also think with the 485,000 square feet of the office at Albright, we have office on University, we have the 40,000 square feet of office at Palo Alto Medical, then we have another 70,000 for the Stanford, we have office at Swanson Ford. I just think we have plenty of office in Los Gatos. I think that we would benefit more from having more restaurants and retail in northern Los Gatos versus like personal services and things like that. And then possibly senior. I still think the senior living facility near the hospital is a great location for that.
So, if I can continue a little bit, when I look at it, I see the hospital and all of that near there, so it seems like it's a good place for medical-related office, because now it's very close. They don't have to drive somewhere else. So some of the other offices now, you got to drive a long ways between the hospital and where the office is. Albright, you got to go all the way around on Lark to get over there, kind of thing. Is it you're against sort of a large, Class A high-tech kind of office, or would a few smaller offices that might be medical-related would not be as bad?
I'm a physical therapist, so I work in medical. Actually, I'm just looking at a space on Bascom to move to. So I work on Knowles, and as you know, El Camino Los Gatos is expanding. They will be tearing down the building I'm located in right now eventually. And so there'll be plenty, I think, of medical over near there on Knowles eventually when El Camino expands. And I also think that there's medical on Bascom. Keep going down Bascom, there's medical all along there also. And there's Palo Alto Medical coming in. I just don't think we need a lot. And Good Sam's expanding. That's going to be more medical. And they could expand even more, who knows, in San Jose. So I don't know, don't see the need for it.
Thank you. Matthew Hudis.
Hello, Matthew Hudis. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the new council about the plan, and I appreciate the council's instructions to step back and take a look at some of the issues and shortcomings with the plan and the EIR. I believe the report, which I'll focus on, the Retail Resilience Report, I think it's a good start. It's thoughtful and it's thorough, and it confirms that the North 40 would add 78% supply to the downtown retail, which according to the EIR shows a 34% decline in revenue since 2000. So common sense says that the magnitude of the North 40 plan, the retail aspect of it, must have some impact. It's not minimal, at least a moderate impact. And remember that there are CEQA requirements to mitigate economic impact, as shown in the Woodland case. The square footage analysis is useful, but it kind of masks the reality. The square footage of the middle scenario translates to 70 new businesses, 70, including 53 non-formula retail, restaurants, and personal service. Those are the categories that directly compete with downtown. I have a number of questions for the consultant who prepared the report, and at some point would appreciate an opportunity to have a townwide dialogue on the economic impact. As good as the report is, it adds much needed analysis, but it doesn't address some of the flaws in the EIR. It doesn't contain any case studies of representative towns that have developed a secondary area. It lacks a review of the historical impact of Santana Row, and it lacks consideration of other retail in the area under development, of which there are significant developments going on. It also doesn't look at some playing field options that could produce synergies between the North 40 and downtown, including transit, revising or relaxing CUPs in downtown, funding townwide parking improvements, or even considering the delaying of the rezoning of Phase 2 until a more tangible application is on the horizon. I don't find fault with the report, but I'm concerned about the process that doesn't address some of these items. So prior to certifying the EIR or approving the specific plan, I strongly recommend that we establish some task forces in some areas of concern. I also think that there are 7 controls that could be put in place. I don't have time to go through them in detail, but I don't think they've been adequately considered in the report so far. Also, I think the council should consider enhancing the language of the specific plan to include reference to the value of our downtown and the consequences of competition, both positive and negative, and the intentions of maintaining a level playing field.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions. Now you have your pencil up. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I do have questions, and when we worked on the North 40 specific plan, one of the issues that came up is a need for offices, and specifically, we were looking at incubation offices, whatever people called them. You were one of the people who spoke to that. It's been a couple of years now. What is your sense now of the need for those types of offices?
I think there's been a tremendous amount of those that have gone into the Bay Area even in that time, particularly in the Mission Bay area of San Francisco, which was an undeveloped multi-acre area. Also, we've seen this in Mountain View and in some other places. I think it's very compatible with attracting millennials and eliminating their commutes as well. So I would encourage us, as I know there is some office space in there, but I would encourage us to continue to think about ways to bring that innovation center concept to the North 40.
Even if you're seeing that Mission Bay or other locations have developed these kinds of offices in the couple years since we worked on it, you think there's still a need?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the need is in particular in the tech sector, and I think the wealth of venture capital and folks who have financed these kinds of businesses who live in town, I think would make it absolutely ideal.
The second thing I wanted to ask you, a general thing, is the numbers. The current economic analysis that we received, the new information, has general numbers, 5,000 and 10,000. When we worked on the North 40 specific plan, we came up with very specific numbers that were shown up on the screen earlier this evening. Do you have any input on numbers? Because I know the issues generally, but I'm looking for the audience to give us specifics. So do you have any?
Yeah, I have a couple. So first of all, I think that when we tried to create that matrix, we didn't have this information. I think having this information now is the opportunity to go back and create a reasonable matrix that gives us some control. I think that Phase 1 should be limited to 16 units and 67,000 square feet. I think that Phase 2, there's two options for that. One would be to limit it to 32 units and 300,000 square feet, which is what is supported in the consultant's report through his interviews with developers. I don't know how many he spoke with, or he only spoke with the one developer, but that is a much smaller number and one that I think would be manageable. Or alternatively, the consultant scenario 3, which is 54 units or 327,000 square feet. But that gets us back to the number of 70, which I think is an issue. So there are really no controls as we took that table out. And I think that given the input from the consultant, that we should do some work as a town on what that table looks like. My suggestion would be to have a task force or a group begin to work on that with this input. That group could then become a more permanent body, maybe a board of economic vitality that looks at that monitors the impacts and looks at making recommendations, controls on an ongoing basis so that we don't have a degradation of the downtown.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'm interested in your 7 bullet points, not the detailed explanation of all 7, but if you can just list what you were thinking.
Okay, so I covered a few of them. First is create a board of economic vitality with to monitor and with authority to recommend changes to the controls. Second is put a distribution matrix back into the plan with ranges of the business type and space size along the lines of the tables that the consultant provided. In that regard, overall, so that's a breakdown by business type and by square footage. And then to the third recommendation is to limit Phase 1 to 16 units and 67,000. Next recommendation is limit Phase 2 to retail to 32 units or 300,000. An alternative recommendation would be 54 units and 327,000 square feet, but that would be, I think, a challenge to support that. The other two are a little bit different. The other recommendation would be to look at CUP regulatory guidelines and look at either relaxing or changing CUPs in the downtown, or putting some CUPs in place, some of which were outlined in the consultant's report, particularly on the retail side, so that you could have some control on that. And then finally, one which I think would be problematic unless it were thought through, but that would be the parking controls. And the problem with the parking controls is, I think, the issue you brought up earlier: who's going to enforce that? If the town is going to enforce that, then there's costs and there's probably revenues also associated with that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak, do you still have a question?
Actually, it was the same exact question.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Hudis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, as threatened, we are going to take a break. Probably 5 minutes. If we tell people 5 minutes, it takes 10 minutes. If I say 10 minutes, it takes 15 minutes. So let's say about 5 minutes or so. We're aiming to start again at 10:15. So if you'd all take a seat, that'd be fantastic. We have Wendy Baker, Gigi Spinazzi, and Leonard Pacheco. And Ms. Baker, before you start, we've all had a letter put on at our places. I think this was part of our desk items. We've already gotten this, right? Is this new? This is
Staff
new.
had not
Okay.
received it, but we'll make it part of the public record.
It's new, okay. All right, sorry, Ms. Baker.
All right, good evening. I'm going to try to stick to the new information as well this evening, but there's a little bit of, I'm going to go a little bit sideways possibly. So I am pleased to see the results of the mixed use methodology in the traffic study. Everyone makes fun of me on my team as being the traffic geek. I actually like reading these reports. The methodology in this report it's exactly what we envisioned for this property, which is, and I believe the specific plan envisions, it's a walkable, bikeable community where multi-generations live, where they work, play, live, interact. So really considering that people are going to stay there and sort of park once, do multiple things, is exactly what we're trying to achieve here. So when we heard from the community several months ago, I guess 6-8 months ago, that we didn't have enough connectivity. That was something that really resonated with us. And so we worked really hard, as you heard earlier tonight, to get a plan together for bike lanes, not only within our community and pathways within our community, which we were really striving towards and on the perimeter, but also to connect it to on the other side of town and to the Los Gatos Creek Trail. So we worked with Caltrans and town engineering and a VTA and the neighborhood and the Bike Coalition to put something like this together. But that being said, we know we can't eliminate car traffic. This is the suburbs. So we've also been working with town staff to work towards solutions that go above and beyond the CEQA document that is in front of you. That includes, as again was mentioned, I don't want to repeat, but the expansion of the on-ramp onto 17, as well as the turn lanes from Lark onto Los Gatos Boulevard. These are real functional improvements for the town. They're existing problems where people queue in one lane, and this will really be improved the functionality of these intersections. We're also working with Highland Oaks on a solution. They're worried about cut-through traffic. We heard that the first meeting, and we want to work with them to see if we can eliminate that through traffic calming measures. We've been in contact with the engineering department on how to implement a program like that. I wanted to say that we're going to continue to work with the community. This is not a product application here tonight, but we're getting a lot of great ideas as we're going along. And one thing I did hear tonight was about the millennials, and that is something that I'm working on in particular. And I want to talk about the fact we're not doing this design in a vacuum. We met with a focus group prior to our design, and then we were fortunate enough to actually meet with a Netflix focus group. This is the first time Netflix has allowed an outside person to come in and host a focus group. We met with millennials at Netflix and walked through our floor plans, the design of what we envision, and we got a lot of great feedback. And I think we're heading in the right direction. So that's exactly who my target buyer is at Netflix. So I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Baker? Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. As you can tell, there's a lot of ambiguity about millennials and then millennial housing. One of the things, you mentioned Netflix. When the Albright application came before us, there was a potential, there was a lot of discussion about providing housing in the first project so that Netflix employees could live there. And when looking deeper, it turned out that Aventino, which is in many ways designed for a Netflix employee, that I can't remember the exact percentage, but there was actually very little that lived in Aventino. Mm-hmm. How would your design differ from Aventino so that this would be actually something they would be excited about versus a concept that they actually never actually used?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I actually had the same question when I went to Netflix, is why don't you live right next door? I think there's two answers for that. Some people do live next door. There are some. But there's two reasons for that. One is it's in the middle of a Netflix campus, and people, they actually want to get a little bit further away, and this is close enough where you can walk or bike to it. And then once you're there at the North 40, you also can go out to dinner, you can walk within the community. So it sort of is a village where people can really experience more than just work. So I think that there is a little bit of separation that's desired from work, and there's also a there that people are looking for. If housing is just put in the middle of an orchard, people also wouldn't be desirous of it. The millennials, they want to go out to the wine bars and to the restaurants, and they want to go to the places that the North 40 is going to offer. So I think that there's a there that doesn't exist at Aventino. The second is a little bit subjective, but I think there's a cool factor that the millennials are 24 to 35, wide age range. That's why there has to be a diversity of product types. We have 19 floor plans just in our project application, but you have to have a diversity because a 24-year-old's looking for something different than a 35-year-old. But I think that cool factor, finishes, the way that the open space, the type of amenities that are provided on site, all of these things are what drive a millennial buyer towards a certain product. And that might be lacking in that, not to knock on Aventino, but it might be lacking there.
And just one more, I realize we're not at application stage, but what you're envisioning, what is the largest unit size that you have designed?
It's very interesting. Can't get into floor plans tonight, obviously, but I think we have about 1,900 plus square feet as our largest. We have started about 800 square feet. Some of the larger plans, say that are in the 1,500 square foot range, might still be one bedrooms, but because of the way that they're lofted and so forth, you get more square footage in there. So it's very open concept plans, for example, but there might be more square footage there, even though it's a one bedroom.
Thank you.
You bet.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Following up with what you were just being asked, I guess it's because we've been working so much lately on the RENA numbers and the below market rate housing that I'm trying to understand it better. So did you say that this product type that you're envisioning is going to be in the 800 to 1,500 square foot range?
I said that it would start at 800 square feet. We have units up to 1,900 plus square feet. I believe the average is about 1,500 square feet. There's less than 2 bedrooms on average overall in the millennial product.
All right. And this was a product that in your discussions at Netflix was something that seemed to be liked by the people there?
Very well liked. A lot of folks are trying to find a solution to not be on that bus to San Francisco and to try to find something that they can't get in San Francisco. And some of the things that we're offering there, which are a little bit bigger maybe, is something they can't get in San Francisco. So there was a lot of appeal towards that.
All right. Then the other thing that I'm trying to understand in this EIR, this specific plan, and just generally, I've been reading that an affordable unit is in the hundreds of thousands. I'm going to throw out 500,000. But then it gets expensive when it's in $1 million or above. Do you have any concept about how much an 800 square foot unit would cost? I realize that you don't have it for sale yet, but
it's hard to tell every single day. Fortunately, our changes in the market, positive changes. When we started this project, we were probably in the 500s, but right now we're probably closer to the 700s at start point, or price point.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Councilman Romney.
So we keep talking about affordable as people that buy, but is there any rental plan for this? That's a way to afford also.
We're not proposing a for rent product as a part of the millennial product.
And how many would be in the 800 range?
I don't remember that exact number. I do, like I said, I know what the averages are, but I'd have to do a count. But we have, it's more heavily weighted towards the 1 and 2 bedrooms, obviously, because we have less than 2 bedrooms on average than a 3 bedroom. There are 3 bedroom units. You have to remember some folks have a roommate situation. A lot of people work from home. A lot of people want that different space. But we're trying to satisfy what a 25-year-old might be able to afford. That still has a great tech job, very likely. 25-year-old might be able to afford that 800 square foot unit, whereas a 34-year-old might be able to afford the higher end unit, but then with parental help or all sorts of other things, stock options, all kinds of great things, people come flush with cash, and maybe there's a blending. But this is a range this is an age range that has a big income spread. So I don't know exactly the number of 800 square foot units.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
Gigi Spinazzi.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm here in support of the development on the North 40. I'm also one of the property owners. My husband and I are also one of the property owners that is connected to this development. I've lived in Los Gatos. I came here as a 16-year-old, and I came in 1957, which says I've lived here for 57 years. I've seen a lot of change. Every building, every retail has changed many times while I've been here these 57 years. Change is inevitable, and I've come to believe change is really good. And I think the city, if it can be adaptable and incorporate this development, it will thrive. And I really believe if the city doesn't, it won't thrive. It's really that simple in my eyes. 17 years ago, my husband and I bought the property, and we bought it because we wanted to build a restaurant. There used to be a Red Coach Inn in Los Gatos historically, and my husband and I loved it. When we were dating, we went there. It was sort of a steak and prime rib house. So our concept, and it was gone. And so when we bought the property, our concept was to build a restaurant and have it like a prime rib steak family style restaurant. So we went to the town of Los Gatos, and we met with, I really don't remember, it was either council or planning. I remember it cost $500. And it took them less than 15 minutes to tell us that we would never be able to build a restaurant. We would never be able to do anything. Our property is the property that the Boulevard Tavern.
So, Ms. Spinazzi, you actually have to talk to the council, not to the audience.
Sorry, I'm not a pro at this, let's say. Anyway, our property has sat there for 17 years, and we have not been allowed to make one improvement. We haven't been able to add food to that bar. So we've been in limbo. So of course we were so excited. Every time I go down Bascom Avenue, it looks like the east side of Los Gatos is a stepchild of Los Gatos, and that the town doesn't really care about it. It just looks bedraggled. And it's looked that way for years. And you have in your hands, I guess my time's up, but you have...
You have 30 seconds.
You have in your hands such a great opportunity and such a beautiful project, and I just pray that you will go forward. And I don't know, how long is it before I can do anything with the project if this does go on forever?
Let's see if there's any questions for you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Len Pacheco, are you here? There he is. After Mr. Pacheco, Brent Ventura, and then Lee Quintana.
Leonard Pacheco. Tonight I'm speaking as the chair of the Historic Preservation Committee, and I'd like the council to understand where the committee was coming from when it did not specify a number of acres. There was no way to come up with a number because there are so many changes that were possible. We didn't see a layout, we didn't see a plan. We don't know if those structures were safe. So there were a lot of things that we were concerned with. And we went out of our way not to number the number of acres, but we came up with a recommendation. In the June 25th meeting. Before that, the only mention of a number happened in May of 28th of 2014 when one of the committee members talked about perhaps a 2-acre plot would be an appropriate size to consider some of the things that the Historic Preservation Committee was looking for. So I just wanted to clarify that we didn't come up with any numbers. Our recommendation didn't include any numbers for that reason.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pacheco? Councilwoman Sayoc.
So you've heard the testimony and you've read the reports tonight, and there's understanding that you didn't come up with a number. Are you against a number?
We feel that it's hard to put a number on something that we haven't seen. So as long as the developer, and it sounds like they're interested in working with us, come up with something that meets our concerns and what we're looking for. Interpretive center, a suggestion of an orchard, an integration with their community garden. So the plan is sort of moving forward with the farm that exists into the 21st century. So there's a collaborative kind of design that's possible here. And we like that idea. Does that answer your question?
It does.
There's a bird in the house.
There is a bird. For those of you with similar ringtones, please double check your devices and make sure they're silenced. Did you get all your questions answered? Mr. Pacheco, I want to bring us back to the question of the EIR and the town's specific plan, which is different than working with the developer in the way that you've described, because we don't have an application.
Right.
Let's imagine that it's the developer is now going to have a heart attack. Let's imagine it's 20 years from now, and we don't have a developer. We have an EIR, and he's running away. That specific plan. We got new information that we asked for with respect to our consideration of the EIR. That's where this whole question of numbers, orchard, whatever, has come up. Do you have any input for us with respect to that EIR information, or how a specific plan might be crafted to take into account the information we got about historic and cultural resources?
I think that one way to handle it is to take our recommendations, which are not numbers, but as long as they address our desire to respect what's available, incorporating agricultural opportunities, the community garden fits in there quite well, the preservation of the Red Barn and the family house, an interpretive center. You can have an orchard. You can grow something on an acre if you want and have it look like a farm. So I'm not sure that I'm answering your question.
No, you are.
Okay.
So thank you.
So great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Brent Ventura, and after Mr. Ventura, Lee Quintana, Linda Mandolini, and Gina Robinos.
Evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I just came up here to give a word of caution regarding the efficacy of the conditional use permit as a planning tool to try and constrain market forces as it might pertain to the ultimate development and what kind of retail we get out there in the North 40. We've had some experience where we tried to promote retail in certain parts of the town and try to restrain service type businesses in hopes of providing more commercial resident serving businesses in the town. And we were overwhelmed by personal services and other kind of hybrid uses that seemed to find their way into cracks, to the point where we were looking at litigation against numerous enterprises and had to realize that perhaps we were overreaching in terms of trying to regulate commercial operations. And so I would just caution, while the use permit works well for nighttime entertainment, alcohol serving establishments, restaurants, it doesn't work so well on retail, combination hybrid retail, personal services retail. And if you think you can limit square footage that way or limit the types of businesses you're going to get in the North 40, I question that. And as the decision maker here, I think you need to be aware that that may not be your best tool in the that you have available.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ventura? Councilwoman Sayak.
Given your expertise as a former council member, do you have suggested alternatives that we could consider?
I would be almost speculating. I mean, I think the biggest issue we're hearing from the experts, we're hearing from a lot of the community members that, geez, maybe we can make this work using the size of the retail enterprises. What I see the problem is over time, if market forces start pushing towards subdividing those 10,000 foot spaces into smaller and smaller spaces, how are you going to stop that? I don't think the use permit will be an effective tool, or one that it will be one you'll have to be quite vigilant in exercising, because the market forces have a way of kind of overwhelming town government and putting yourselves in positions where you have to make tough decisions whether to initiate litigation to enforce your zoning rules in face of these market forces.
Thank you very much. I don't see other questions. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana. I believe Jeff Lockridge stole my opening line, which was, let's move forward, not sideways. So I'm going to change it and say, let's move forward and not continue to walk in circles. I would recommend that you certify the EIR. Is the EIR a perfect document? Probably not, but I don't believe such an animal exists, and I think it's an adequate document, plus you've gotten additional information that you can work with. My second recommendation would be to, after certifying the EIR, reinstitute the advisory board to work on all the issues that have been raised. And then incorporate the appropriate policies within the specific plan so we can actually get to really talking about that application that doesn't really exist, but it's really out there. Let's see. I would like to say that I believe his name was Mr. Lowenthal, was very eloquent in his discussion of why the EIR should be certified and we should move forward. I do not, now I'm going to go a little further on specific issues that have been raised. I hope I'll be very quick. I do not believe that scaling back housing and developing housing at half-acre lots is really a solution. It just moves the problem of providing housing that is being increasingly enforced and required by the state down the line, and would probably result in having to build higher density housing in much worse locations. I also wanted to comment on office and why I don't believe that office should be included in the specific plan. It generates the highest rate of traffic. In particular, medical offices not only generate high traffic in the morning and evenings, but throughout the day, because there's heavy patient turnover and sometimes stacking up of patients when the doctors get behind. So those are some of my reasons why I don't think that office should be included within the North 40. I don't think it's a bad idea to increase the housing by a little bit, and I don't think it's a bad idea to incorporate additional smaller units, particularly rental.
Okay, don't run away. Okay, now you can. Linda Mandolini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Linda Mandolini. I'm the president of Eden Housing. We've been working with Grosvenor and Summerhill on the affordable senior housing aspects of this plan. I just want to reiterate my previous comments, so I will be very brief. We think that this is a very good and very well thought out plan, and we particularly like the inclusion of space for very low income seniors. They exist in everybody's community. They are often your mother, your grandmother, your aunt, your uncle, and a lot of folks in communities like these that we work in actually ask for there to be preferences for people who live and work in their community, but also for people who might be related to people who live in their community, because the need for affordable senior housing here is huge in the Bay Area. We own a property not far from the North 40. It has a 5-year waiting list. It is small one-bedroom and studio apartments. It has 0.5 spaces to one unit, because most of the seniors who live with us would prefer not to have to own a car because they can't afford it. We like that this is a mixed-use plan because most of our seniors want to be able to walk to things as opposed to drive to them, and actually they need that when they can't really afford cars. So we think it's a good plan. We would encourage you to move forward because you can work through a lot of the specific questions when you actually get a development application and figure out how you're going to deal with some of the mitigations. And we really like this plan. We really are supportive of working with the town, and we really appreciate the work you've done to get a really thoughtful plan. We think that being part of a plan that where people have really thought about what they get at the other end really gets you good results. So I commend you on 6 years of specific planning and would encourage you to think about how you move forward to actually building. Thank you. And I'd be happy to answer questions about affordable housing.
Let's see if there's questions. Councilwoman Sayak.
You mentioned that one of the criteria was if you actually live in Los Gatos or had a relative in Los Gatos.
Yeah.
So the larger question is, does your criteria for people who live there, does it differ from the criteria that we would use for our BMP programs or other affordable housing programs?
It just, you can have an overlay on inclusionary for live, work. In Dublin, where we had live and work, they realized that a lot of people wanted to move their parents into the community, so they had live, work, and you have to have a whole point system so that you make sure you comply with fair housing, but they actually added related to someone who lived in the community, so that we had a lot of folks who literally wanted to move their parents, their grandparents, to be closer to them, and there were no choices anywhere in the community. So,
other questions? And Mr. Morley, I think you got it too high now. It's good for me, but not for others. Gina Robinos.
Good evening. I'm talking on behalf of my family, the Agostinos. Our family has owned property for over 40 years in Los Gatos. The location is where the Enterprise building is on Los Gatos Boulevard. We have been waiting for many years for this specific plan to be passed. I can't even remember how long it's been, but many years. I came to the town in 2006, right after my dad passed away, and in 2010 when my mom passed away. At that time, we were told it's nowhere near, it's not going to happen. So our hands have been tied. We cannot do anything at this location because of the specific plan. This was way before the developer or the other developer came into play. So we've come to the town many times. We've pushed it through this whole process of waiting for a specific plan. The original owner, my grandfather, has passed away. My grandmother, my dad, and then my mom. So now here I am in front of you, literally 15 years later. Other people have brought to the saying it's been 5 or 6 years or so. My family has been involved in this since way before 1999 and with the Yuki family. And this has just been on hold and on hold. We're just hoping that right now you guys press forward. You guys have a lot of information. And it's been years and years and years. I'm just hoping that our voice doesn't get lost in the developers aspect of this, and that you realize there are small town owners that have been part of this community for 50 plus years waiting for a specific plan to get done. So a little bit emotional, yes, but really how much longer can we keep dragging and going through this process? I think that as a whole, there's a lot of information, and I think that I'm hoping that we support it and that we move forward and that we get resolution to this, because I cannot do anything with my land, regardless of what happens with this developer or not, until a specific plan gets approved. And I've said it before, I've been here, so I might be reiterating what I've said, but I feel like it's important that my small voice and my little APN opposed to this huge project gets heard. Thank you.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Andy Wu. And after Andy Wu is Eleanor Yick. And those are my last cards. And I know people like to pop up at the end and like throw their card in, so this is it. Mr. Wu.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
And here she comes.
I've been watching this council over the past 5 years, and never once have I envied what any of you have had to do. But you all wanted the job, so here you are. The organization I belong to, Los Gatos Community Alliance, submitted a position paper. That's part of your packet this evening. Let me just tell you that this position paper is the result of a 4+ year evolution of thinking. While I appreciate what Tony Alarcon and Rod Teague have stated before this council, their position is where we were 4 years ago. Since then, our thinking has evolved where the statements, and I don't want to reiterate them, are presented before you. Mr. Alarcon gave you a story of a divorcing couple. Let me give you another story. Actually, it's not my story. It's Patrick O'Brien's story. And it's a narrative from one of his nautical novels where Lucky Jack Aubrey captain of the HMS Surprise, is having dinner with his ship surgeon, Dr. Stephen Matrin, where he asks his surgeon of two maggots falling off of a piece of bread, which one he would prefer. And Dr. Matrin looks at the two maggots, and he picks the robust one, where Lucky Jack then says, well, I've got you, Stephen. Do you not know that in the naval service, we always choose the lesser of two evils? That's what you have before you. You have evils to choose from. And while people can propose many things, and I think Mr. David Lowenstein said, well, why doesn't the town just buy this land and turn it into a park? That'd be great if we lived in the 1800s. I mean, if we could create a Central Park, or we could create a Golden Gate Park, that'd be a wonderful thing. Then nothing has to be done. We can turn it into public use. That's never going to happen in this day and age. So something has to develop here in this land. You've had families who have been waiting decades to do something, and as Mr. Lowenstein pointed out, to let this land languish will serve no good purpose. So I beseech this council to choose the lesser of evils.
Thank you. Eleanor Yick.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I originally came here to speak to you as a representative from the League of Women Voters. I've just completed my third term as president, and I wanted to speak in terms of our housing policy and how supportive we are and urging you to keep the housing element in the plan. But I've been adequately represented by a number of speakers tonight, and I want to share another opinion with you. Listening to the staff reports tonight and the discussion and reading this document that I found out in the lobby from the Los Gatos Community Alliance, I really learned a lot tonight. It's an incredible opportunity that you're faced with, and I just wanted to share some observations and then a suggestion or an opinion. As a League member this past election season, I had the opportunity to participate or moderate town council meetings in Palo Alto, San Jose, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Saratoga, and Los Gatos. And the hot button items were mitigating traffic, developing affordable housing, balanced development, and impact on the schools. So we're dealing with an issue that is not just a unique Los Gatos issue. We're dealing with an issue that affects the whole Bay Area. The jobs are here. People are coming. How do we address it? I'm one of those seniors who's looking to downsize, and so I want additional housing in Los Gatos that's appropriate for me and my family to move into. When I looked at all the documentation, and again, going back to this one document from the Los Gatos Alliance here, and having worked with EIRs extensively in my career as an educator, I retired as a superintendent, so I'm quite familiar with EIRs and their impact on school systems and developments within a community. I look at the last page and it says, you know, we feel the EIR will eventually be approved. It will. This land is going to be developed, whether it's now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now. The land is going to be developed. The people want to sell. That's what they're waiting to do. We have an EIR. Is it perfect? No, it's not. They're never perfect. But you have one that's had extensive study and input into it. So I urge you to certify that. I also urge you to approve the specific plan because I believe that gives you the most control over this project. And that's what we want as the citizens of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Patricia Ernstrom.
Mayor and members of the council, I learned a lot tonight, and I came and wanted to listen, and so sorry for the last minute card. And I came prepared to be disappointed with the direction and the momentum and what has been perceived as a lack of the council really listening to the citizens of this community. You know, my parents came here before I was born, so this is home to me, and you know. it is a very, very special place. And the questions that you were asking early on in the excuse me, I have the flu. The questions you were asking early on in the meeting really gave me, and I think some other folks, hope that you're really listening and thinking about the fact that we spent the first 30 minutes of this meeting trying to get questions answered about what the process was, and are we stuck with the EIR, and are we stuck with the plan, and how much, can a future council change it, and what can happen. So I learned from all of you today and tonight, and from the questions that you asked, how complicated this is. And yes, the property will be developed. Density is an issue. Overdevelopment, density, traffic, and the vibrancy of downtown is cocktail conversation, over and over and over again. And so I think there were lots of inconsistencies tonight in terms of talking about what the project is going to be and then what the economists said downtown needed. There were inconsistencies about the traffic plan and incorporating what's going to happen in the future for other communities, and there is no way to assess that. For those of us who live this every day, we don't need a traffic study to tell us that things are challenging out there. And I know that the project is going to mitigate the project, and that's not they were saying it's not the responsibility of them to fix the town problems, but we don't want to add to the existing town problems. So I appreciate your thoughtfulness and for listening to all of us tonight. We care about this place that we call home. I love the idea of senior housing. I would really look at minimizing the density and looking at making sure, and I don't know what the mechanism is, but making sure that we continue the vibrancy of downtown and that we don't sacrifice that through this process and through getting pushed to make a decision before you are ready to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The public hearing is now closed. Gink. And for those of you in the audience and for those of you who may be watching at home, and for those of you that are representing a particular group, the public hearing is closed and it will remain closed. We will not have further speakers. You may submit written documents. You can always submit written documents and the council will certainly consider them. But I think it's important, and one of the themes that we've heard tonight is that the council needs to move forward and try to make a decision. So we thank you all for your input. By closing the public hearing, we're not foreclosing input. We welcome your input, but we just don't want to have it at another meeting. So thank you very much tonight. And I also want to compliment you for your very respectful and thorough presentations and very informative. I know that we all appreciate how this meeting has gone tonight. Having said all that, I am going to look to the council if they have for any final questions that they may have of staff, just regarding, I'm going to try to focus on the EIR questions and the new information we got tonight. So if there's additional questions on that, why don't you ask those, and then we will engage in a discussion of how we want to go forward tonight if we do, or take another option. Councilman Rennie.
I guess my question is, where in this mound of paper is the last resolution that we're supposed to be potentially considering for certifying the EIR? Is it attachment 19, or I see one in attachment 14? Is there a later one?
Thank you. Attachment 14 is the draft resolution certifying the EIR. That original resolution attempted to also incorporate mitigation monitoring and adopting findings of fact and statements of overriding consideration. I think what we would propose is, if the council were to take an action or place a motion, that we might bring back a resolution just for certifying the EIR, since it doesn't seem like we're going to get to a project to enable us to adopt the mitigation monitoring and the statement of override this evening, at least. But you can see the bones of the resolution are drafted in attachment 14.
I guess I'm confused because aren't the two things you're suggesting skipping part of certifying the EIR?
No, they're really not. We need to know what the specific plan is going to contain. Are you going to increase units, decrease units? Are you going to create a reservation for, are you going to pick the historic preservation alternative? There's still many moving parts in terms of the policy issues for the specific plan, and until that settles down, we don't know all the mitigations that would match up with that policy document. So to say you're certifying would be essentially saying the EIR is complete and adequate under state law. That part would be finished, and then we would move on when the council's ready to the policy parameters. And once those are determined, then we can write your mitigation monitoring and your statement of facts and overriding that match the actual specific plan that you feel ready to adopt.
Okay, before I recognize the Vice Mayor, I just want to summarize what I think I heard you say, and hopefully you'll tell me I'm right or tell me where I'm wrong. The documents that we've received so far, and by the way, I thought that our new CEQA theoretical findings were attachment 42, not 14, but leaving that aside. I had always understood from the things that we'd gotten from the staff that if we were certifying the EIR, it included CEQA findings of fact, it included rejection of this or acceptance of that, and necessarily, in this case, a statement of overriding considerations. But what I'm hearing you say tonight is there can be a resolution that says the council certifies the EIR to the extent that we believe it's complete under the statute and it has the information that it's supposed to have, and save the rest for discussion of the specific plan. Is that right?
Right, and you're right in that attachment 42 is an updated findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration. The actual resolution was contained in attachment 14 that we provided earlier. I think, another approach, if it makes it easier, the council could adopt the whole package, the resolution saying the EIR is certified, the statement of facts, and the mitigation monitoring, recognizing that we might have to go back and modify the facts and findings and the mitigation monitoring once we know more about the specific plan. And I would also defer to council if he has other advice for you to be able to move forward on the EIR this evening.
I think it's been adequately explained. You have many different ways you can go about it for tonight. You can, as she mentioned, adopt just the EIR and leave the mitigating monitoring and the specific plan for a later date, or you can adopt them all at this time and still go back and make changes to that mitigation monitoring plan and to your specific plan. So it's really up to council how they want to do it. Again, it's your specific plan. You're acting as a legislative body. I think I've told you that, as opposed to a quasi-judicial. There isn't a permit in front of you. So you're giving great leeway on how you want to go about tackling the task of getting through the documents.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. And thank you, council people who spoke before me, because you're raising issues that I have of staff. And I think mainly it's going to be Mr. Schultz, if we assume right now that that I might consider certifying the EIR, but I have concerns about the overriding considerations, what they should be, how they should state. I have concerns about what exactly is the specific plan going to entail. What is the most limited step that I could take right now with regard to the EIR? And I should also put that in context. I have before me thousands of pieces of paper. It's really only hundreds here. Thousands are at home. I have attachment 14, which is a resolution. I see attachment 42, which is CEQA findings of fact. I figure somewhere in here there's overriding considerations, but maybe it's not part of attachment 14. Okay, so I mean, could we just do attachment 14? What's the most limited?
So regardless of your action tonight, we're going to have to bring back the resolution based on the evidence and testimony and deliberations that you have. Resolution 14 was the placeholder for that resolution, but clearly under some of those you'll see under K, I think it is, it says the city council finds, and it hasn't even been filled in yet. So that was a placeholder. A lot of those are contained in 42 that we can move into the resolution. So the least limited you could do was be to certify the EIR tonight and direct staff to bring back the resolution and proposed findings for the overriding considerations that need to be made. And then you'd have it look at that complete resolution and certifying at your next council meeting. I think that's probably the best proposal.
Madam Mayor?
Vice Mayor Spector.
All right, I'm prepared to move to certify the EIR and direct staff to bring back to us and then I will look to staff to bring back to us at certain date our proposed findings. Is that what it is, Mr. Schultz? Anything else? That's my motion.
Is there a second? Councilwoman Sack.
May I ask a question of staff first?
Yes, you may.
And when certifying the EIR, well, let me tell you where I'm at and then tell me what I need to be doing legally. If I'm concerned in the long run of the overridings of consideration, findings of overriding consideration with regard to the historic, is it better to identify alternative 3, which is the historic preservation alternative, knowing that there is potential in the process for Historic Preservation Committee to work with staff and the applicant in identifying how they can address this? Or is it better to certify as is and then as the specific plan evolves, strengthen those findings in the mitigation plan?
I would say we would do the latter.
Do the latter. So certify as is and then strengthen it in the mitigation as well as the findings.
Correct.
Okay. So then I will second the, oh, I'm sorry. I'll second the motion then.
Okay. So I'm going to call on myself to ask the maker of the motion and the seconder. As I understand the motion, it would be to certify the EIR as a complete informational document under the CEQA statutes, in that it contains information regarding all of the statutorily required categories, that it contains information that we need to do the analysis, etc. Is that my understanding of what you mean by the certification?
Madam Mayor, it is, and I actually am looking at attachment 14. I know that attachment 14 is old, and it's going to have to be revised and taken back to us. However, that being said, I also look at 14, and I don't see that it has statement of overriding considerations yet, and I need to confirm that with staff.
Thank you. Attachment 14 refers to Exhibit A, which is the draft statement of fact. We've since modified that based on the discussion that was held here on September 16th, and that is now attachment 42. So you do have an updated statement.
Do we need, just to do the most basic certification of the EIR as just verbalized by the mayor, do we need to adopt the findings of fact now, or can we simply do the resolution of certification?
You can do a resolution of certification, and in certifying the final EIR, the town council would specifically find that, 1, the document has been completed in compliance with CEQA, 2, the document was presented to town council as the decision-making body of the lead agency. The council has reviewed and considered the information contained therein, and 3, that the final EIR reflects the town's independent judgment and analysis. And that's really the language that would certify the EIR, and that would be the minimum.
But just for me, I don't know about the other folks up here, but just for me, I am not prepared to weigh in on or to adopt the statement of overriding considerations. So I just want to make sure that my motion and my resolution isn't doing that yet.
If you look at page 4 of the resolution.
Oh, wait, resolution being attachment 14? Okay.
Item 14, the last page. It would be striking adopts the mitigation monitoring and reporting program included in the final EIR, striking and adopts the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, leaving only that the town council hereby certifies the final EIR, and then goes to the sentence Ms. Prevetti previously read, which is...
May I ask the maker of the motion, rather than trying to work with something that we'd have to strike and edit, would you be willing to adopt the language that Ms. Prevetti just recited for purposes of your motion, and then direct staff to come back with that resolution?
I would, I think that's a great idea. I'm going to revise my motion to adopt the language just stated by Ms. Prevetti.
Does the seconder agree?
I do, and I do want to also confirm, not only are we not including this findings that override, but we're not including the mitigation monitoring plan. Okay, yes, then I agree.
Okay. So we're, as I understand it, just to summarize for everybody, we are not including any CEQA findings, which are now contained in attachment 42. We are not including a mitigation monitoring plan. We are not opting for any alternative under the EIR. We are not crafting or agreeing to any statement of overriding considerations, nor are we making any finding with respect to responsibility for another jurisdiction, which is another finding we'd have to make. All we're doing is saying this document is complete under the statute. Correct? That's our motion.
That is my motion.
Okay. Okay. So any discussion further on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
And it passes 4-1. Councilman Leonardis opposing. What I'm going to suggest now that it's 5 after 11 is that to congratulate us, we've done something. We've certified the EIR. Yay. I don't think it's realistic for us to begin a discussion of the specific plan tonight. I know you all want to stay here the rest of the night. I think we've received a lot of really good information, a lot of really good input. We appreciate your contribution to that. What I'm going to do is ask the staff, I have a suggestion, but what I'm going to do is, unless I get an objection from my fellow council people about moving to continue this matter to a date certain, do I get any objection? To begin discussions of the what we do with the remainder of the EIR considerations that we've discussed and the specific plan. I would like to ask staff, I'm thinking that February 3rd might be a date that we could put this on.
We have a number of other items tentatively scheduled, but those are at the mayor's discretion to move, and with the exception of the museums, I'm not sure there's any others that are time sensitive.
Looking to staff,
so yes.
I have in mind what is on that date. We don't have anything that is up against a deadline that you're aware of?
We have one Actually, that's a planned development, so that's not the same time deadline. The museums, is ready, so we could bring that one earlier on January 20th and still meet the time deadlines for that CUP.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue this matter to date certain of February 3rd, council hearing. Vice Mayor Spector.
I'm going to second, however, I would like to second with the provision that staff on, what is it, February 2nd? On February 3rd, brings back all of those items within the EIR that we specifically excluded from this motion. If that's okay with the maker of the motion.
That's okay, and I understand that to be consideration of the CEQA findings, mitigation monitoring plan, statement of overriding considerations, correct?
I believe there were 5.
Okay.
You mentioned 3.
Okay. That's fine with me. We have a motion and a second to continue this to February 3rd. Any discussion or questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. It's continued to February 3rd. For everyone who's interested, please mark your device or your calendar because it will be on for February 3rd, but we will not have additional public testimony. Thank you for your testimony tonight, and good night. We're adjourned.